We'll wait for some people to join. I don't know if anyone will. People are here. No, I haven't. Have you, Crossbones? Let's talk about CAUD. Crossbones, you've obviously put a lot of thought into that question, and I credit you for it. I mean, the deepness, the broader picture that you bring up. It's amazing how you can put it into 3 words. Crossbones asks the question, have I sold CAUD yet? My account is with E-Trade, and I bought Logic, quite a bit of it, and E-Trade has not given me shares of CAUD to sell. Further, I bought shares on September, the morning before the vote of that Logic shareholders had. It is not clear I'll get anything for that, because for the first time in literally 40 some years of following the markets, there was no record date announced. There was no record date set for the future. In fact, it was done at the same time as the vote. So I think that was a gross unfairness to shareholders. More than that, it meant there was no buying, no natural buying for Logic or possibly ASPA. But hey, these are the geniuses there. So thanks, Crossbones. I can't tell you how grateful I am for your question. Thoughtful. It doesn't have a hint of Schadenfreude in it. And man, it just brightens my day. So that's for me personally. I can't sell. The last trade, I'll look. I assume it's under $3 now, but we'll find out. $3.75. Been as low as $3.50. I think I've made, Crossbones, I think I've made my feelings extraordinarily clear from the time they signed the toxic deal months ago. I was furious. I was told these were friends of somebody. I'm not going to mention the name again because I've since been told they're not his friends. So I'm not going to belabor that. But they're certainly friends of the Aubrey SPAC group, who I think committed securities fraud, in my judgment, in my opinion, and I think defrauded you, and they should return their fees. I think they work in collusion with these 2 groups. And anyway, so CAUD's now at $3.75. Crossbones, I know from the depth and care you put into your question, you already know this. But at 375, you divide it by 12, that's 31 cents. So on the 1/3 of CAUD shares that you can sell, unless you paid more than 31 cents for your Logic shares, you're still ahead of the game. So I again commend you, Crossbones, on the obvious thought that went into your question. I would ask Gary Gensler, Gerbar Grawal, Virginia Countrywide, and the useless people at the SEC why you give permission to criminals to break securities laws and sell 2 million shares of ASPA last week that did not exist. And Tony Forte, you can check the NOBO list. You can check the NOBO list. On the NOBO list for ASPA a week ago, there were only 40,555 shares. If I'm wrong, it was something like 41,555 shares. So last week, Crossbones, Gary Gensler, Goldman Sachs, the counterfeiters, the criminals from offshore, onshore, under Gary Gensler's lax supervision and, in fact, outright permission, Gary Gensler is complicit in the largest securities fraud and, in fact, possibly the largest fraud in the United States history. Gary Gensler is complicit. Gary Gensler himself is a fraud. So you ask yourself, where did the 2 million shares come from? There's only 40,000 available. How do I know that? On Wednesday last week, NASDAQ halted trading in collective audience because they only had less than 50,000 shares. They had less than 500,000 shares, which is the minimum required, but in the SEC filing, 41,555. Now, the apologists out there, like people that used to work at the American Stock Exchange, are going to say, hey, these are Wall Street's best clients. These are big boys. They're good for it. They're good for it. If they sell it, they'll locate it later on. Well, let me go to the SEC website. Gary Gensler's an awfully busy man. He's got a Ponce around town, and he's got a glad hand, collect his checks from Hillary Clinton. But let's just see if they have a page. Maybe they won't. Okay. We'll just take the first heading. This is the SEC website. Key points about regulation show. I'll show it to you so you believe me. Of course, I know Crossbones with the depth of that question that you've already looked here and you've already studied it. You've spent a lot of time thinking about the ongoing ability of offshore criminals, onshore criminals to sell trillions of counterfeit shares, trillions of US dollars worth of counterfeit shares with absolutely no consequence because Gary Gensler is bought and paid for by the criminals. Or he's stupid. And right now, I'd go with stupid. Okay, what is a short sale under the key points about regulation show? Short sales generally sell stock you do not own or that you will borrow for delivery. Short sellers believe the price of a stock will fall. Well, of course, in this case, they started, the ASPA went to 38. The trading halted at 27. When it started trading again, they started selling. And by definition, you couldn't buy, you couldn't sell. And hey, well, maybe you could buy ASPA, but you couldn't, you had nothing to sell. They were able to control the thing downward. But under the complicit, corrupt, and criminal Gary Gensler, this continues. Under your brokerage firms, complicity and corruption, this continues. Under the apologists who go along with glee and join in, they are no better than the original criminals. NASDAQ, a bunch of smiling faces. FINRA, totally corrupt. Are short sales legal? Although the vast majority of short sales are legal, that is an outright lie. Abusive short sale practices are illegal unless it helps Goldman Sachs. You should remember when you read on the SEC thing, every sentence you have to end with unless it's beneficial to Goldman Sachs. It is prohibited for any person to engage in a series of transactions in order to create actual or apparent active trading in a security or to depress the price of a security for the purpose of inducing the purchase or sale of the security by others. Thus, this is obviously written by lawyers who overcharged ASPA, should refund their money, and lawyers, just by their writing, prove how idiotic they are. Stupid. Thus, short sales effected to manipulate the price of a stock are prohibited, unless it helps Goldman Sachs, which helps Gary Gensler. In a quote-unquote naked short sale, the seller does not borrow or arrange to borrow the securities in time to make delivery to the buyer within the standard settlement period. In a naked short sale, the seller does not borrow or arrange to borrow the securities in time to make delivery to the buyer within the standard settlement period. As a result, the seller fails to deliver securities to the buyer when the delivery is due, known as failure to deliver or fail. Failures to deliver may result from either a short or a long sale. And Crossbones, I can't tell you how grateful I am for your thoughtful question. For example, human or mechanical errors or processing delays can result from transferring securities in physical certificate rather than book entry form. Now, wait a minute. This is written by lawyers who are lying. When a lawyer talks, they're lying. In your account, you can't sell any stock that's not in electronic form. Errors or processing delays can result from transferring securities in physical certificate rather than book entry form. It's just all a lie. But for for the
Fulcrum, AMC.
But for the criminals, they can do it all day long. They can do it all day long. A fail may also result from naked short selling. For example, market makers, what good are they? Another group of human being that has no purpose for existence in a modern computerized trading, or go back to physical trading. The only reason Gary Gensler and the SEC allow for market makers, help Goldman Sachs make criminal returns. By the way, I'm voting for Joe Biden because I'm so impressed with what a Democratic presidency has been able to do with the American economy and the American government. Massively impressive. I'm even on for another 10 years of Gary Gensler. Sheer genius. Market makers who sell short, thinly traded, illiquid stock in response to customer demand. It's not you. It's the criminals who benefit Goldman Sachs and Gary Gensler. They may encounter difficulty in obtaining securities when the time for delivery comes. Naked short selling is not necessarily a violation of the federal securities laws or the commission's rules. In fact, I, Gary Gensler, encourage it. Indeed, in certain circumstances, naked short selling contributes to market liquidity. And who doesn't need market liquidity, especially in a stock, ASPA, which only had 40,000 shares in existence? That was a company that needed some kick-ass liquidity. So in come the criminals under the protection of Gary Gensler, the indifference of Gary Gensler, the incompetence of Gary Gensler, the somnolence of the entire SEC staff, and they sell 2 million shares of ASPA last week. It's only 40,000 in existence. But, sometimes you need liquidity. Broker-dealers who make a market in a security generally stand ready to buy and sell. This is so age-old. This is older than people that used to work at the American Stock Exchange or people like me. This is bullshit. The market makers don't make a market. They just accept orders to sell. Look up Fintel. If I had a computer that had the memory in it, I'd show you the clip. I can't. Welcome to my world. Maybe I can find it. I won't be able to find it. I'm sure I won't be able to find it. Well, Ham can put it up on his website. It's a short thing. The guy just grateful for the order. Works at Morgan Stanley. So, all right, I lost my place. All right. So this is the SEC's cover for the criminals. Remember, Gary Gensler is there to protect Goldman Sachs and Goldman Sachs's franchise and the extraordinary returns they make by stealing your money. But keep voting for Joe Biden. I mean, Joe Biden, thank God. Non-racist. He's not even white. If you don't vote for him, you're not black. Are short sales legal? Naked short sales. Same info I already said. Okay. Regulation Show. Compliance with Regulation Show began on January 3, 2005. Regulation Show was adopted to update short sale regulation in light of numerous market criminals, the developments since short sale regulation was first adopted in 1938, and to address concerns regarding persistent failures to deliver and potentially, only potentially, abusive naked short selling. Attributable to continued concerns about failures to deliver and to promote market stability and preserve investor confidence, the commission continued to prevaricate, lie, delay, point fingers, earn huge salaries, and do absolutely nothing. The commission has amended Regulation Show several times since 2005 to help Goldman Sachs, to eliminate certain exemptions, strengthen certain requirements, and reintroduce the price test restriction. Bullshit. As initially adopted, Regulation Show included two major exemptions to the closeout requirement. One, the grandfather provision, and the options market maker exemption. Attributable to continued concerns about failure to deliver, not concerns, continued illegal shorting, counterfeiting, failure to locate, failure to deliver, failure to settle. It shouldn't be called the SEC. It should be called settlement is optional. If you are a sucker, settle. If you are a criminal, our borders are wide open. Suck all of the trillions of dollars that the Federal Reserve prints under Joe Biden. Suck it all out of the country, tax-free. Send it to Germany. Send it to the UK. Send it to Panama. We don't care. Ever since Dick Cheney pointed out to us, deficits don't matter, we don't care. You can take it all. As long as you make sure Gary Gensler is Secretary of Treasury under the next Democratic administration. Hillary Clinton, I think. You think Democrats look out for you. Well, keep thinking it. You think the SEC enforces rules. Keep thinking it. In 2007, the commission eliminated the grandfather provision. Really? They created a warehouse. And you remember the warehouse that was on fire? They created a place just to bury that stuff. 2007, the commission eliminated the grandfather provision. Do you know that GTII was shorted that long ago? It was a different name back then. Didn't change anything. And in 2008, the commission eliminated the options market maker exemption. Really? You don't think the options market makers interfere with the pricing and finger stock, driving it down 3 points in the last 3 hours of the month's trading? Hey, it's good for Goldman Sachs. Don't ask Gary Gensler about it. It's really good for Goldman Sachs. In addition, The commission adopted temporary Rule 204T. I don't know why they don't enforce any rules. And final Rule 204 in 2009, which seemed to strengthen further the closeout requirements of Regulation Show by applying closeout requirements to failures to deliver, resulting from sales of all equity securities and reducing the time frame within which failures to deliver must be closed out from infinity to nearly infinity. All right, I'm going to save reading the rest of it. I've only got 20 minutes till Ham comes on. I think Reg Show is a joke, and Reg Show should be eliminated. But Crossbones, I personally haven't sold CAUD. You and your typical courage don't say whether or not you sold any. But if I hadn't sold CAUD yet at 370, I'm not sure that I would sell right now. But I've made clear, Crossbones, as soon as that last deal, that when the deal was signed, that it was treacherous. And my thoughts are there for all to see. As soon as CAUD started trading on Friday, when I couldn't sell, I don't think you could sell. I made it clear to everyone that I think they should sell CAUD. I think CAUD should be sold, but not yet. But that's up to you. Why? CAUD went to 38. Here at 370, it's still profitable to you. If you bought Logic for less than 30 cents, you're making 30 cents on this sale. But CAUD was ripped off. You were ripped off by the creators of the Aubrey SPAC, SPAC, the SPAC. You were ripped off by their attorneys who collected their fee massively, thank you very much, without concern for the viability of the company. And you were ripped off by the so-called investment bankers, investment advisors, who collected their massive fee and referred these two hedge funds, who provided cover for the criminals under Gary Gensler's criminal organization, to sell stock from 38 down to $3.75 before most of you have a chance to sell the stock. That sure is a level playing field, Gurwal. That sure is rooting out fraud wherever it exists, Gary Gensler. Oh, I forgot the addendum to everything you say, unless it helps Goldman Sachs. So why wouldn't I sell CAUD yet, Crossbones? I would have sold Crossbones if I had stock, or if I had the same right to fail to locate shares that the big boys have, because, hey, it's a level playing field. If I had the right to fail to locate, tell my broker, hey, I'm going to sell because I'm getting the stock next week, I would have sold at 25. I would have sold at 20. I would have sold at 15. And I probably would have sold at 10. It gets a little harder down here at 30 cents, a push on what we paid almost. Do you sell? Okay, Crossbones. Sold Caud yet? What are the positives for CAUD? Very few. I don't see. I see very few positives for CAUD. You've got management who works with the shorts through ASPA and through their investment advisors and lawyers, whether they realize it or not. They just grease the skids. I think the company is going to have to raise money, so they'll bend over and lube up just for the same group, and it won't be pleasant. The company needs to announce their earnings and show and create a story. There is no story right now. They declined to publish a story. They declined to publish anything of any value showing the complete collusion with the shorts, intentional collusion with the shorts on the behalf of the management and investment bankers, so-called, that worked with ASPA, or just incompetence. But there's no narrative out there. And we've got 6 weeks to the end of the year where short selling will just be continuous, absolutely continuous. So there's very little good on the horizon for CAUD. Well, the question becomes, Crossbones, in your really thoughtful and direct, pithy inquiry. The question comes, is that all that negativity already reflected in the stock price? Does the stock price even matter when the criminals control? Let me be clear, they have counterfeited at least 2 to 4, maybe 5 million shares over the last few days. Gary Gensler doesn't care. It's good for Goldman Sachs and all of their extended clients. So is it reflected in the stock price? Look, if the criminals remain in charge, the stock's going below $1. But I think that all that negativity, there's going to be a snapback in the stock price. Now, what could do it? I'm talking about short term. What could do it? Most of the shares sold haven't been delivered to the brokerage accounts. So for those who work at the American Stock Exchange and still believe in the system, there's a potential that those shares will have to be bought in. For guys like me that understand that I'm being screwed and don't need a whole hell of a lot of explanation, I know that the criminals will just move those trades around in illegal accounts, and they will further sell stock they fail to locate, violating securities laws. So it'll get moved around. But we can't dismiss that some brokerage firms will buy in stock. Secondly, there will be 3 or 4 deals that are merged into CAUD. I don't think it'll mean anything in the next 6 weeks, but that's out there. And as that gets talked up, as a story forms, the stock might rally. And I think the company can raise the money they need. I think it's complete greed on the part of the lawyers and complete corruption on the part of the so-called investment advisors that would raise $5 million with 2 criminal firms or firms that work with criminals, and then allow this complete sell-off, and the company, all the money goes to the lawyers or to the investment bankers. So what could make CAUD go up, Crossbones, in a short snapback is buy-in of shares that were sold that don't exist, which if you did is against securities laws. If they do it, it's good for Goldman Sachs. Hey, no harm, no foul. yeah, sure. Yeah, what's your wife wearing to the Christmas party? Yeah, well, we'll see you there. Don't worry about it. The only other thing that can make COUD go up is if they get out and tell their story, which they should have already done. They're amateurs. The whole management team at CAUD is amateur hour, but they should have told their story. They need to get out and tell it now. And if it's a good story, that can make the stock go up. They need to talk about the deals they're going to bring in. But hey, to bring a stock price from dead to alive instead of from at 25 to 50, it's a much tougher task. But hey, they enjoy the tough tasks. They don't like thinking ahead and pre-planning their announcements or anything. They'd rather dig out afterward. And frankly, to the ones on the team that trusted their investment advisors and bankers and lawyers, shame on them. These lawyers and these overpaid wankers work with the shorts. Whether it's intentional or it's just go along, get along, they work with the shorts. Why? Because that's how they get paid. Their wife wants to go to Stad for a skiing season. They need the money. The one other thing, Crossbones, that could make CAUD go up is the Brent Sun introduced Univest to finger motion. Not that it's helped finger motion at all so far, but I think it will. I think Univest, if I were Brent Sun, I'd be the first person I'd call is the banker at Univest and say, I want to destroy these shorts, these effing criminals that took $50 million minimum illegally by breaking securities laws, by counterfeiting shares of ASPA and now CAUD. Criminality in your face. Oh, hey, they're good clients. They'll locate the shares. There's systems in place. Get the NOBO list. All right. I request here and now from ASPA the NOBO list for last week when the sales volume, the selling was over 2 million shares in a day. And according to your SEC filing that we voted on, it was there in black and white, like color TV. It said you had 40,000 shares extant. So if I could get a copy of the NOBO list from last week, I'm sure it would show that those 2 million shares that were sold were all legitimate. Crossbones, the other thing to watch out for is those two hedge funds who were friends of the company. They took out 1.6 million shares that they have a right to sell anytime. They're free to trade as soon as they're issued. And they have a true up to get that to 3.2 million shares. It's never going to happen. Well, you just watch. It'll happen. They have a VWAP. They have a backward-looking formula. And they have a claim on everything until they get their 5 million. They're going to make, if they were the ones working in cahoots with the sellers last week, they could make $50 million on this risk they took with $5 million in about 2 months. Stealing from you shareholders' equity. I call on those fraudulent hedge funds and those fraudulent investment advisors and those fraudulent attorneys to return their fees, to disgorge everything from the ill-gotten fruit, the fruit from the poison tree. disgorge it all. You can keep your 5 million. You can keep a little so you can go skiing, but put it here in shareholders' pockets. I'm not saying give us a distribution. I'm saying put it in the company so the effing company can actually thrive. It's the story you told us. My dad always told me liars and lawyers are the same thing. I believe it. He always told me he said it once, he hesitated to call the investment banking industry an industry. I can't tell you. I wish he were alive today. I'd give him a call and say, Dad, you're 100% right. And then he'd lecture me on how terrible Trump is and how great Biden is. So, nothing's a piece of cherry pie. All right, so I'm going to make sure I can bring Ham on. So, Crossbones, sorry to monopolize these minutes with your carefully worded and well thought out inquiry, but I would not sell CAUD now. I realize it can go to 1 because their goal is to get it off of NASDAQ and to reverse split again. That's the goal of the criminals. How many times do you need to see it? How many times do you need to see that the SEC does nothing and is complicit to realize that the United States securities markets are based entirely on fraud? But it doesn't bother anybody. Their system is in place. Okay. Anyway, there could be a lot more selling from those two hedge funds, and they're not going to let it get up. But if Brent takes over here, and that's what I think needs to be the case, and Brent takes charge and gets out and tells the story, I think he can get CAUD up. I assume, Crossbones, you're talking about a trade. So if it goes up, that's when I would sell and just take your money out. And you'll only be able to sell a third. Now, longer term, Data Logic was valued by a third party at 114 million. Data Logic, as growth is in place, Data Logic has already brought in other groups and teams, and I know you study it, Crossbones, so I won't bore you with it. I'm running out of time anyway. Like Battle Bridge, and they're working on 3 or 4 groups they can bring in, so they can bring in revenue. Obviously, Crossbones, the depth of care of your question, you already know that the criminals will destroy the denominator. They will flood the market with fail to locate, fail to deliver, counterfeit, non-existent shares as long as Gary Gensler sucks his thumb. And then what happens is it doesn't matter how many companies you roll in. The divisor is so big, the per share amount you're running against, it's a Sisyphean task. But you guys go ahead and apologize, be apologists for the SEC, the single most corrupt government organization on the face of the planet, the SEC. All right, I'm going to call in. I got to find his number. There it is.
All right, William, you ready?
I'm ready. Everybody needs you. They need you.
All right, hold on a second. All right, everybody, welcome again. I guess this is reporting security fraud at its finest. And hold on. And again, this is not to buy or sell. This is William and myself giving you our opinions. Number one, William, they always say the flak is the heaviest when you're over the target. And bashers are out here like crazy. They're so crazy. They're doing anything possible to try to get people to sell. And longs, remember, bashers will befriend you and try to con you into selling because they're unhappy with the stock performance. We all are unhappy with the stock performance. So again, make your own decisions on what you want to do. It's a tough game. You're fighting the biggest security fraud in U.S. history, right? This is a network that is so entrenched in all stocks. That's what we're doing. And the reward is when you do break them, it's life-changing. That's why we're here. If you don't want to be here, I get it. I understand it. But every share they sold, they got to buy back. And William, for the last week, 1 week, the stock has gone down from $6.12 down to $5, where it is now, I assume. And they bought back 1 million shares. The short covered 1 million real shares they bought back. That's the real short. Excuse me.
And how much did they sell?
They sold 3.3 million, and they bought back 1 million, so it's down to 2.
So were they just pre-arranging trades, manipulating the price, moving it from LLC to LLC to help the real short? To help the real.
They're washing the short, the shares. The naked short grows by 1 million. All right.
Right.
The real short dropped by 1 million. And a friend of mine called me before. He saw a 50,000 share. They hit a bid for 50,000 before. It was a cross, obviously. There was no bid, and they crossed 50,000. So they're picking up the pace of washing these trades to try to get the real short number down because they're paying too much money to borrow the shares. We discussed that. These are criminals. And I do welcome all the bashers that are posting and yelling to come. The truck will be at the Secret Service building. We will be standing there. They're welcome to come. If they're so unhappy, come with your sign and say that you support naked short selling and that we're crazy. I welcome them to come. They never show up. They post and curse everybody out. Everybody's a scumbag, but they're allowed to sit here and say this nonsense. All right. I really don't care. I've been doing this for 24 years. It doesn't faze me at all. The criminal activity, if we don't break it, this system is completely screwed. All right. South Korea knows. All right. I'm advising companies to call South Korea and get the information to list there to get away from this. That's how fraudulent it is. So I have U.S. companies reaching out to South Korea right now, all right, getting information about the listing requirements, because to get away from this shit show, all you have to do is file a Form 25 and you're delisted within 10 days, I think it is. And if you delist and relist in a new forum like in South Korea, all the short sales have to be bought back in because the new exchange would not take in counterfeit shares. So a finger motion would do it. There's 25 million shares in the float. That's all that can leave the country is 25 million shares. So if there's 200 million shares short, they have to cover before the company leaves the U.S. The U.S. equity market provides zero to public companies in the U.S. All it does is help the looters steal their money. They steal the investors' money, steals their dreams, you name it. But companies are sitting here thinking that the U.S. equity market is the best in the world. It is for Apple, IBM, Google, Amazon, those companies. Everyone else, you're getting screwed. That's just the way it is. That's what this fight is about. If you don't want to be here, I get it. William, I don't know if you want to be here. I decided I'm going to the end. All right, that's how I feel. And I understand.
Well, what the other night you did a great job and not legal advice on a call, but Ace was there and you kind of picked on him for being young and whatever. But he said something so wise and so resounding that I just it rung in my head for the last 2 days. He said, you can't choose your fights. This is the fight in front of us. This is our generation's fight. This is the evil and the fraud. I'm not going to quit either, but it doesn't mean I'm going to maintain my sanity. But I'll do my best. I'll see it right till the end.
Guy today who fought the shorts a long time ago, and he broke them on many stocks. David Black. I think there's a show about him. He discovered many biotech companies, and the street was shorting the hell out of them. They drove him out of business. But a lot of those companies turned into monster companies. David Black, I think there's a show on HBO or Netflix, I think, about David Black, if you get a chance to go watch it. This guy was bringing companies public, and the shorts were destroying them. And they were monster biotechs. And they drove him out of business, but some of the companies he brought public survived and became monster companies. I think Biogen was one of them. My friend was with the gentleman today.
Look, I'm old enough to remember when biotech stocks, when the big brokers in my office, and I was one too. I did more business, but they'd come in and they'd be bragging on. I can't remember the symbols the way you do, but they'd get all excited. One announcement and a stock would go up 200 points, but now they always go down, and it's because there is no enforcement of the locate rule. There's no settlement. You can sell and define your own future if you're a short.
Someone sent me a text. Why don't you put more information up on Twitter? So I found a site that had 70 stories on it, and I posted them all. Read them.
Can you put up that guy? I was talking about it before you came on. Can you put up that rather large human being who now is on the good side, sort of? Sharon Tell, he's in a video where he's a so-called market maker and providing so-called liquidity, but he just says, all we do is accept the order.
Right. The whole system is fraudulent. I don't know how the U.S. is allowing this to continue one more day. One more day.
Because the government is owned by Goldman Sachs, to be simplistic.
Well, this has been going on before Goldman Sachs became Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs.
Well, I know there's been naked shorting from times of Commodore Vanderbilt, but the difference is the sophistication and the massive onslaught, the lawyers, the computers, the lying, the criminality is on such a scale now. Even Vanderbilt couldn't fight back like he had to save his company. There's no way to fight back against this. The way you get it is if you have one honest regulator, but there aren't any. Maybe Gerwall. I don't know.
Well, I was advised to send a complaint to Carapapa, whatever the hell.
Whatever. They don't give any names. They're just cowards.
Well, they're going to. I was instructed to send it to the Southern District of New York to begin a criminal investigation. All right. They said that if you send over the complaint of the short and distort, the Southern District will look at it.
Is that Letitia James?
I don't know. I would know. That's where she is. I have no idea.
I don't know. She's somewhere around there.
But
I'm sure she'll get right on it.
I was instructed to do that, and I will take care of it. Again, all the bashes and all the people that are screaming that they hate us, this, that, the other thing. What are they so angry about? Just if you think you can win, just sell the stock. Keep doing it. But they can't win. That's why all their job is to
Well, talk about that. Why can't they win? It seems like all they've been doing is winning.
Well, no, the sign is that they have to push it down is the sign that they can't win. They sell so many They're so over leveraged, they're so short that they have no choice.
Okay,
But to
so
keep-
is there a time bomb on that statement? I mean, do they
There
they
is.
have no
There
choice
is.
before the end of the year, before the end of the month, or is it
Well,
still
you
going
can
to be?
see the panic is what everyone can witness for the last 7 days, or 6
Right.
days.
Right.
Market down, market down, market down. Remember, longs can only sell the stock one time.
Right.
The company's fundamentals, we've been told, is worth $8 right now, between 8 and 10. Benchmark gave it a $5 target before the recent upgrade in revenues went from 4 to 9.
Right.
Yet these guys are trying to panic, trying to mark it down, all to get you to sell. That's what it is.
Right.
What you're seeing here, we're outlining in every stock that you try to trade and get behind. This is what happens. They drive them down, they short the shit out of them, and they want to get the company so low and so dependent on these guys for money. It's like crack. Then they reverse the stock. And when you reverse the stock, their short position goes down by whatever percentage you would do the reverse on.
Well,
So
the
that's what they
obverse,
want.
right? So if they do 1 for 10, they get to take 90% of their money out that's been held tied
All
up.
they want to do is get it down to where you keep reversing the stock. Eventually, all their position is gone, and they just repeat it. So if you reverse it 1 for 10 or whatever the 100th, whatever the number is.
So do you think this strategy they have is so devious and so deep and so calculated that the SEC just can't see it? Or do you think the SEC just does nothing?
I posted 50 stories today. The SEC was 40 of them, talking about naked short selling, how it's criminal, manipulation. Every term was used. Every term. And yet they don't force settlement to get rid of it or put them in jail. They're putting people in jail for spoofing and washing. Okay? Savvy is, what's that game? Hal Mintz from Savvy.
Hal Mintz,
He got caught by the SEC in a naked short selling scheme. I don't know about you, but the word scheme is the biggest criminal statement I've ever heard. He's scheming to do something evil. He's scheming. He got caught. What was he doing? Naked shorting and robbing companies.
But the money's on his side of the ledger.
That's all it is. So again, this is something that
So if we keep the pressure on, when do they lose? In finger. When did this?
This finger is something that these guys picked the wrong stock. They were funded by the criminals. They got paid off by big money people. The company's got money in the bank, fundamentals, revenue, and now it's cash flow positive. So what does that tell you? That tells you that these guys now the company doesn't need any money. The fundamentals will win out. The company made it past the clouds here, whatever you want to call it. All right, they survived the onslaught. Most guys can't.
So they are now positive earnings. Somebody told you.
Yeah, they spoke with the head of IR or something like that, and the guy told them the company right now is cash flow positive.
Which puts to lie all that fake research.
They're in the black. They raise money. They don't need to raise any money. Every other company needs to raise money. These guys don't. That is the key.
That is. They're not slaves to the criminals. They're not.
They're not slaves. They've exposed the network now. The network is exposed. They keep trying to hold it down. But I would say right now, 90% of the people that are in the stock, the big players, all know the fundamentals are here. And they're not panicked at all. All right. Yesterday I told you, and I knew some guy who was buying tons of calls. He knows it's coming.
Tell me
You know,
about
but I
that. I heard somebody bought 1,000 calls or something like that.
They bought a couple of thousand yesterday. One person bought them all.
And for November?
All right, so for November. All right. But again, these people are professionals. So again, these people know how to play the game and they know the risk reward. So the company's fundamentals will win out. They can sit here and play all the games they want. I spoke to the guy, David Bleck, today, his brother I spoke with, and I asked him, how do you kill the shorts? And he goes, if you don't
Financially,
need money,
guys, financially.
he goes, well, basically, he said, if you don't need money, you have them beat. He goes, just build your business and they're dead. So most companies can't get to that point because they all need money. And that's why they keep drowning these companies underwater. Charlie Victor Mary had great news. There's rumors of deal with Merck. The company popped up, went up to 240, got killed on 50 million shares, back down again. Now it's back up again to over 2 something today. A great story came out. I think it was in Forbes or Fortune. I can't remember. Someone sent it to me about their multi-kind, which is what is head and neck cancer. I never knew anything about it till my good friend got it. And they cut half his jaw out, cut his tongue out. I mean, you name it, it's brutal. But no one cares. The stock is $2.30. They could care less. Who in their right mind would be selling a stock like that? Who in their right mind would even sell Dog Boy Mary, whatever price that is, 0008? That just shows you how criminal it is. They can never let the stock tick up. It's basically worthless down here, and someone keeps selling it down. Who? Why would they even bother?
Why do you think Gary Gensler ignores the over-the-counter markets and then
He doesn't know. He's not. He ignores everyone. GameStop, everywhere. Forget the over-the-counter. You keep saying that.
He ignores it everywhere?
He ignores it everywhere. Etsy, ETSY. I watched Andrew Leff put a story out that the company was selling counterfeit T-shirts. The stock dropped from 130 because the shorts were being squeezed. They broke it down to $60-something, down 100%. Right, so it's down $60 now. It was 130 because they were selling a counterfeit T-shirt on their platform. That's what he yelled about. Can you imagine that? We have counterfeit stocks. No one will talk about it. This guy did a report because he's obviously looking to make money on that stock. And he's saying that they're selling counterfeit T-shirts on Etsy. That's what he wrote about. And the stock got destroyed because of it. So again, counterfeit stocks, no big deal. A counterfeit T-shirt, stock goes down $60.
Does this rise to the level of something the SEC should disclose to investors, that the SEC simply does not enforce any securities laws as it relates to counterfeiting of shares or manipulating stock price or crappy bearer research, any of it? Should the SEC have to disclose to us that they're not going to enforce the rules?
They should absolutely put it up on the cover of the SEC, anything that is connected to the equity markets, and say, if you invest in the equity markets, you're insane. It's the Wild West. We don't protect anything. The crooks control it. That's all they have to say. I would never tell anyone to even look at a stock.
Just like the cigarette packets with the blackened lung on it. They should have that on every.
They should be doing on TV. Exactly what
every prospectus, every glossy thing you receive from Merrill Lynch should say investing in the U.S. markets is hazardous to your health. The SEC does not.
William, I have to talk about it for a second. What Korea did. What Korea did was just piss on the U.S. because all these criminals are trained from the U.S. It's spread across the globe now. Everybody knows how to do it. Okay? If you have connections to offshore banking, a prime broker willing to let you do it, you know that it's one person teaching another. William, if I worked on your desk and you were Jeff Easton, and I see how much money you're making, you can bet your ass I'm going to get up and go get someone to fund me and say I work for Jeff Easton.
I'm going to copy it. This
is the prime. These are my broker networks. Let's do it, and that's how it keeps spreading. Now there's more people on that side of the ledger than on the good side. Everyone's over there now. And on the good side, one by one, they shoot everyone. They just keep shooting. There's 65,000 people in MMTLP, shot and killed them all. No big deal. A year. No one's even giving them an answer. A year. Anyway, this is the biggest fraud in U.S. history. If I drop dead tomorrow, again, you need to understand it. That's the only reason we waste our time, is trying to help everybody understand it. I don't care about Finger Motion, GTII, or any company. If this is not exposed, the roll's zeros. You're wasting our time. But I do believe we're past that point now, and I think the masses understand it, and everyone is screaming. Okay? I got people all night sending me tweets, the South Korea things, the disgrace, the U.S.
The Korea exchange, is that what it is? Korea exchange is the 15th largest in the world. And it was set up in 1956. Samsung Electronics is the biggest. It's only 1.8 trillion, but imagine if there's a flood of U.S. companies to South Korea.
Every company should be listing there. They should be rewarded for what they're doing. Instead, you're going to see stories popping up. I told you it doesn't work. We need short selling to regulate the market. The market needs us. That's what you're going to see. It's the same pattern from 2008.
Look, what I said earlier about biotech, how come now the market is better than it was when I was making money in the 80s and 90s, and the biotech stocks would go up on good news? Now, every time there's good news, they need to be destroyed to protect us as investors?
Well, they use it because they know the companies need money. So it's like an onslaught, everybody working together to knock it down. One person will get the deal, and the network, maybe they share in it, they all make money from it, or he protects them. But that's how they do it.
So they protect us by driving it down. They don't do it as a nonprofit. They keep the profit. But in addition, they pay no taxes on those gains. And this is good for the country and good for our securities markets.
Wait, William, you always said it right. South Korea has banned short selling, naked short selling. The stocks go up. That was perfect for every investor in that country. Their pension funds, everything was positive. What was the negative? That we're not allowing some guy to take the opposite side of
the negative is Leon Cooperman can't set up offshore, or whoever, I just picked that name, offshore criminality to boost his returns on his $10 trillion fund.
They can't. I told you before, when you're running $3 to $5 million or $50 million, getting a 10% return, guys can do it. Once you start getting to the big numbers, it's impossible. It's brutal to try to get returns because you can't move that much money around. So if they take any hits, their returns go down. They can't hold it up. So what do? They all steal.
They all steal. They all steal. Oh, well, they banned it until June of next year. So let's just move some companies, show them the flood, and they can ban it only until June. The criminals will.
I have a woman that knows some very big people in South Korea. She's reaching out to them to get us an appointment. And if I have to, I'll fly out to South Korea myself.
I'll go with you.
And we'll present what we could do for the country. So I already did that this morning. Also.
We'll ask not what South Korea can do for us.
Right.
We'll ask what can we do for South Korea.
South Korea is the key to saving the U.S. equity markets right now. Can you imagine this?
Well, they saved the car market, the chip market, and what else? The wife market. I don't know. I made the last one
but
up.
I'm just saying that just this is so unbelievable that Jeffrey Easton or the Kramers or Alpine or Yorkville, whoever it is, Savvy, all these guys, there's 700 people, 1,000 people that are doing this, and everyone else is getting.
And they make fun of us. They can talk. Jeff Easton talked to the CEO of a company he killed, and he said, "Hey, it's not me," and the CEO believed him. I don't know. It's a trick. If I were a Bible thumper, I'd think it were the devil, but we don't have to go that far. It's just
anybody who's attached to any toxic lender. If you shake their hand, your stock is down. That's just the way it is.
As soon as you accept the call, oh, we'd be interested. They call their intrepid trading desk, which is just their wife in the other room. Hit the sell button, honey.
Well, I think the trading desk, I think the Kramer's trading desk is the wife in the other room. These other guys got a very sophisticated desk. I think they set up a desk somewhere, because it's definitely not those people that we see the photos of that can handle this type of operation. Because when you're crossing and washing and manipulating, it's not an easy thing to do when you're doing it all day long. Right. So whoever's doing this stuff is working 10 times harder than we are, trying to cross stock to cover the real short, manipulate it down. When a buyer shows up, they don't know it throws them into a tizzy.
Yeah.
And that's why I keep telling people, I don't know when it's going to go. And the only way to do it is you have to do accumulation. You can't spike it up. My friends used to charge and think they could spike it up all the time. I used to tell them, don't do it. Just wait. But they wanted to learn the hard way. And that's how you can't do it. And I keep saying that. There is no number. Is it 7? Is it 6? Is it 559? What's the number? They needed it to get below that 526 that Tom Ron talked about a long time ago, right? Because we're right back to 526 again, right below it, right? $5, right?
Right.
So they're working hard to do something to hold it at a certain level. All right? That's what they're doing. But again, I don't know what the volume is today, William. What is it?
I just had it. Hang on 1 second. Relax, everyone. 495, 390.
So 495. I'll tell you this, based on what I see all day long and what I'm hearing, I'll say at least 50% of that volume is fake. So it gives you 250. And I guarantee you this, out of 250, at what 70% is naked shorted. Of course, the naked short number is going to come in lower, William, because you take in that 250 fake, you add it to the 250 that's traded, and the number comes in lower. Take away the 250 crossed or fake trades, 250, 70% of that's where it should be. 75%, it's like 170 of the 250 that's traded is fake. Is short, excuse me, that would be short sales. Excuse me, I'm sorry. So again, I posted 50 stories. Exactly what's happening today had exactly happened in 2005, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Everyone could see it. The Economist wrote stories. The New York Times wrote stories. Floyd Norris wrote stories. This one, naked short this, naked short that. GameStop happened. Everyone talked about it. As soon as they killed it, never heard about it again. You see naked short selling on any newspaper? They just stopped trading in South Korea, shorts and naked shorts. Not one U.S. paper wants to talk anything about it. Hey, how about the SEC doing something? No one says boo. Zero. I'm sorry, I was taking a drink. I took a drink for a second.
No one noticed.
When a tree falls in the forest, no one hears it. Was that the line? I forgot the line. But again, when you're over the target, that's when you get the most slack. Bashes, I welcome, enjoy, come to the SEC. We're getting at the SEC anymore. We're ramping it up. We're going to go to the Secret Service. All right? We're not going to the SEC. We're going to the Secret Service. Enough of this. We will expose the Secret Service to the Lynn partners, the savvy
The
management, all
Treasury,
these guys.
are they paying taxes?
Right. So we will write these slide presentations. We're trying to put a lot of thought into it. As soon as we figure it out, we'll find out when the truck is going to be there. And they're all welcome. I don't know what they're so crazy about. Come down and tell the world why naked short selling are good for us. Listen, everyone has two sides. I like the Jets. You like the Chargers last night. Everyone bets different games. So come down and tell us. I can tell you why I like the Jets, and you can tell me why you like the Chargers. You can tell us why you like Djokovic versus whoever he's playing. But it's funny, in naked short selling, the longs are using the data that we see, the criminals that we see doing it, and the bashes just yell at us and say, you're all crazy. What are you, goody two shoes? What are you doing? And I keep trying to tell everyone here, and I apologize, we can't stop it. I could if they gave me a gun and badge, if we can get it done in about an hour. But these guys will destroy everything. They're like locusts. You will have your pension stolen, and if you think they won't get you, I'll give you an example. Say CVM, for example. If they drive that company down to peanuts and destroy it, and you come up with maybe head and neck cancer, God forbid, and there's nothing that they can do to help you out, or brain cancer like Northwest Bio's been working on, okay? If there's nothing that can help save your life, we were just told there's some person that we know today, a friend of a friend, he was told that he's got 2 months to live. He's trying to get into any trial to take anything. The guy would eat fucking rat poison to stay alive. All right. I don't know what cancer he has, but whatever it is, he's got 2 months to live. How would you like to live with that? 2 months to go. The guy's got 2 daughters. That's what this disgrace, this is what it's about. Because guess what, everyone? Whether you like it or not, something's going to happen in your life, and you're going to need, whether it's a doctor or this or financial, and you go to get your pension money and it was cut in half by these animals because your fund on Etsy and it's down 50%. They distort your revenue from your pensions. They destroy it. They're stealing from everyone's pension money every day, a little at a time. And there was a movie, someone told me about a movie, I can't remember the name of it, where they were trying to, that was Lou from Brooklyn told me that. They try to steal pennies from everyone's bank account and thinking that no one would notice it, and they could steal billions of dollars. There was a movie about that. Just take a little every day, no one's going to notice. Well, that's how Naked Short had started. And now it's like all you can grab. It's all you can eat. They're taking everything. And it's just been building up for a long time now.
So
But
do you think the SEC knows about it?
100%.
So
I showed you Chairman
So
Cox.
what is the reason they don't do anything?
This is a political hand grenade.
Well, that's not a good enough answer. That's also political opportunity.
Whoever's going to expose it has got to go in front of Congress and the Senate and say, whoops, sorry about that. This happened on my watch. We don't know what to do.
What if they come in and fix it as their watch starts?
Again, this is coming to a head. MMTLP has got Congress on their side. They're asking the right questions. From what I gathered, they're helping write the questions. All right. So the senators, the congressmen, they are just taking direction from people that understand it. So whoever's helping them, those questions that they read to Gary Gensler are being written by people like us that understand the crime. And they keep saying it. It's on the record. The SEC knows it. FINRA knows it. And you can see Gensler fainting every time he starts talking about this thing. And they keep ducking it. All right. They asked for an audited blue sheet investigation number that they have. We don't want anything else. We want that number. And they keep saying, and they get, so now they sent them a letter demanding it. It's coming to a head. And that's why you get bashes coming out. The company's no good. Who would bash? Who's going to bash these stocks? Go bash a $100 stock. At least Andrew Left. Andrew Left used to be called Stock Lemon. He used to bash penny stocks, small caps. And all of a sudden he figured out that if he writes these crazy stories, he can go bash $100 stocks. Well, the DOJ figured out his game now. Short and distort, Andrew Leff, Carson Black, Hindenburg. Those are the guys that do it. Who's behind them? Who's behind the guy from TheStreet.com, Adam Fronstein? He only kills biotechs, that guy. He's written probably 20 stories negative on Northwest Bio and CVM, I believe. He bashed them too, amongst others. Who pisses on companies that are working on cures for cancer? Whether you like it or not, go find something else. Go drink a Coke and say, hey, the Coca-Cola is not as good as it used to be. Write a story about that. No one cares. They can't make money from when he bashes a stock like that. This is about making money. They need to get volatility. They need to get people. They're stealing everyone's money. And if we don't stand together, or if you don't want to stand anymore, don't look at us. Call the SEC, go to the DOJ, tell them you lost money, and scream at them. Because we don't have a gun and badge, or else we take care of this ourselves. Do you have any questions, William?
Let me see. I don't know any off the top of my head, but let me look. I think the good news, you said somebody's buying a lot of calls, so that means something might be up with Finger. I'm not saying people should buy calls. I'm trying to come to the bottom of my comments so that I can get the freshest. That's Homer Simpson when he went to the restaurant. He asked the sommelier. He said, "We'll have a bottle of your freshest wine."
That show is not for kids. I can
All
tell you
right.
that.
So Jenny says, ask Ham, are we seeing fraud? Will it go up? How high? When? She said she's only kidding.
I do believe this is a life-changing situation in Fingermotion that will spill over to GTII. Once we get it here, it's going to go there. That's all I can do. I don't follow other names. I'm not talking about other names. I followed Wolf. I met the people of the company at a presentation, and I understand that they have, nuclear power versus these other Bitcoin miners. And I looked at it. Bitcoin went from 26 to 34. Wolf went from $1 to $4. Bitcoin went back to 26. Wolf went back down and went to 35. How is it not going up? I don't know. But when it does, they make money off of Bitcoin. That's all they do. So if Bitcoin's higher and they make money at Bitcoin 2000, that's the most of my knowledge on that subject. That is it. I'm not running around changing stocks or doing this or doing that. I tell you what I hear on a different name. I have no interest in anything. I could care less. If you're buying stocks in the equity market, you buy something, I can only tell you to flip it, steal whatever you can, and get the hell away. Because if no one's defending and fighting for you, you're going to get slaughtered. We fight 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and we have to beat them off with a stick all day long. All right, they're like hitting flies on you all day long. That's what this is about. They're just whiny creeps. If one of them gets served and goes to jail, it's over with. It's over with in a minute. One person goes to jail. If they just go get Hal Mintz and his $10 million condo for creating a naked short selling scheme, get him, put him in jail as an example. Everyone else will run in a second. How is this not a criminal offense? I don't know.
Do you think this is coming to a head?
Yes, I do.
Can't this go on indefinitely unless the SEC steps in? What incentive?
If it goes on indefinitely, everyone on this phone, their children, their cousins, their mother, they will die from a form of cancer or something that's not being cured or worked on. They will get robbed. You'll lose all your money. Your kids will lose all their money. You're paying for college is going to disappear because you're going to lose half your pension money. When the market rallies up like this, you're getting squeezed, your pension money. There's only 8 stocks that go up. Nothing else moves. It's the same 8 stocks, whatever they squeeze up all the time. So again, this is a problem. Everyone doesn't understand it. Every month you put money from your paycheck into your 401k. You keep donating, putting money to this thing. And after a wipeout, when the market gets hit, you could be up 30%, 20%. As soon as the market gets killed, you're up 2%. And that's it for the year. They do it all the time. Wall Street needs to take your money. Where are they getting money from? It's a pyramid scheme. They need to get more money. That's what it is. They need to get more money. That's it.
Do you feel good about the 17th of November still?
I feel good about every day. The price, it doesn't bother me anymore because I know, listen, the company has broke through the clouds. All right? The company has broke through the clouds. It has the money. It has the business. It has the partnerships. It has everything you need. The only thing it doesn't have is the name is an IBM. That's it. But one day, I expect it to be like an IBM. That's my opinion. Make your own decisions. Go watch the CEO. Read about his partnerships. He's in the biggest market in the world. Right?
Yeah.
The U.S. has 300
Used to
million
be.
people.
It's all fraud, so how can it be the biggest?
Oh, there's fraud in China?
Oh, no, I meant
I'd
here.
rather
I meant here.
be with the Chinese than the people here.
If you committed fraud in China, they put you in front of a cannon and lop your head off.
You disappear. They grab the biggest people. The biggest people. If you're a billionaire, they don't care.
They're gone.
Over here, they give
Here
you
we worship billionaires, particularly the ones that are greedy, like Ken Griffin.
That's it. This guy keeps stealing. How does anyone sit here looking at a guy buying all of Palm Beach, all of Miami, houses for $300 million, and he's making money in the market doing what? He's not taking any risk. He's just stealing. And everyone else is doing the same. It's the same playbook. They're all doing the same thing. It has to come to a head because they just can't handle the press is going to eventually eat them up. If it doesn't, then everything that you see in this world will be eaten alive. You know, again, the short sellers are the ones selling themselves to the street. Oh, you need us. We can't. You don't know when to sell your house when it's overvalued. We have to tell you. That's what the shorts always say. We need them to tell us when stocks are overvalued. They interject information into the market. What information? What, the stock's overvalued? No shit. We all know Shopify, Peloton, Beyond Meats, TLRY, when they were squeezing Kodak to 60, GameStop to 500, AMC to 70. No shit. We all know they're overvalued. They were short squeezes. No shit. But the trick is, how do you short them? How do you make money from it? You can go buy a put, but a put that if you wanted to buy a put in GameStop, you would have to buy the 100 puts when the stock was 500 because they were too expensive. Because no one wanted to sell it because everyone knew it was going to come back to earth. We just didn't know what day. So again, that's the type of stuff on Wall Street. We all know it. You know it. Finger motion hasn't squeezed. It went to $6. That was the squeeze, $6 or $7. It's worth $8 already on fundamentals. The fundamentals are only getting better. What the stock does doesn't affect the fundamentals. It has nothing to do with it. What the stock has going on in their business in China and their revenue has nothing to do with the stock if it ticks up and down a nickel today. Zero. The next quarter, you're going to see the numbers grow. And now we're hearing that they're profitable. So keep trying to short it. Where are you going? So it may be $5 this week. Next week, the bottom will be $6. The next week, it'll be $7. Eventually, they're going to get eaten alive and kill themselves. And since we're the big brother to GTII, we're going to come back and save those guys there. That's the way I look at it. You can do whatever you like, never come back again. Again, if they don't fix this problem, the system will just be eaten alive, whether it's today, tomorrow, you'll get robbed. And you'll be off the phone one day, say, you'll forget about us. You say, boy, I got to get a treatment by this company, but it just went out of business. Look at Second Sight. The symbol was EYES, eyes. They drove it to bankruptcy, helping people that were blind C again. They drove it to bankruptcy, and people in the middle of their treatment didn't know what to do because the company filed for bankruptcy now. So they left people that were trying to get their vision back in the middle of treatment get shut down because they short sellers killed the company. How's that one? Who would do that? Who in their right mind would do that? It's right there. Go hit it up. Second Sight, EYES. I don't think the company's around anymore. Go read the story yourself. It's right there. Lynn Partners killed RWLK, helps people with robotics to walk again. I don't know who was behind EKSO. That was another company, robotics company. They killed that one, this one, that one. I can go on forever. But instead, you got bashes telling everybody, sell the stock, it's going lower. I told you, you butch, you're idiots. Blah, 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 blah. They never addressed the 3 million shares, how it went from 3.3 million, the real short, to 2.3. They bought 1 million shares in 5 days, and the stock went down. How'd that happen? No one has an answer for that. 1 million shares of buying, and the stock went down $1. How is that possible? That's because they're selling naked shorts to fill the buying on the real short. Then they returned the shares to the brokers they got it from, and guess what? The borrow rate went from 300% to below 100 now. And now there's shares to lend out again. It starts over. Rinse, repeats, the same thing. But that game comes to an end with fundamentals. Now, if the SEC had any balls, they step in and execute all these guys. And I do believe it's coming. The DOJ said they're going to prosecute. Again, they move slow. When they do, they prosecute, they go into jail, whoever it is. And I do believe it's going to be low-hanging fruit before they go after Citadel. Low-hanging fruit always goes first. Then they'll go after the big boys later. They'll send a message to the big boys, stop it now. But they're going to arrest some of the smaller guys, whether it's Savvy or Yorkville or Lynn Partners, that crew, whoever else is out here doing this nonsense. They're going to go after the guy. Like this guy at Capybara. He came out of nowhere, started a website, and threw up a ridiculous report, never thinking that someone's going to actually sue him in a federal court. Now he has to go to a federal court and answer questions. He has to answer it. He has to get an attorney.
Do they have this son of a bitch?
I'm told that they'll have the information from Wix on who is behind it shortly.
Great. Well, I'll show up. If it's nearby, I'll rent a car, drive up. I'll stand in the audience.
They have to provide. So this is what happens first. They have to provide a response by November 27th to the court. But Mark Bazile has served Wix. I think it's WIX, I'll say. They host their website. So they have to pay to have that website, the Capybara website, hosted. So if they're listening, the attorneys for Wix have already said they will provide the information behind the website because they want nothing to do with fraud. So Mark Bazile, the attorney representing Finger Motion, should have that information today or tomorrow, and we get to see who our friend is.
One
I
guy
didn't write the report.
I think that's great. I'm sorry.
Again, we didn't write the report. I didn't write the report that caused the stock went from 707 to 458 on 4.6 million shares. It's about $135 million in market cap that was lost. Not bad, William. I memorized all those numbers, right?
That's pretty smart.
Right?
You're
So
no
that's
dummy.
the damage. So that's the damage Capybara has to deal with and explain to the court how he provided this data. And once he gets caught, it's going to go and be passed up to a criminal because obviously he's going to have to turn in somebody who paid him, where to get his money, who supported him, who did this, who did that. He'll have to give them up because no one wants to go to jail over this stuff. So he's going to wind up giving up somebody else. That's how it works. They all do the same thing. You saw it. FTX's girlfriend gave up the other guy, Sam Friedman, whatever his name is. They all do. Just a matter of when. All right. Any other questions? You have no questions?
Well, Jenny, this a while ago, Jenny pointed out that she's here to fight. Here, I'll read it to you. Jenny, I am here for my family to make sure they are taken care of. I want my grandchildren, hopefully, not to have to see this much fraud. So I help fight the fraud.
Jenny, I love you for that. That's the statement. I listen, no one said you had to buy a stock and sign up for the army. Okay. But at some point, yeah, everyone in their life, you got to stand up because they're just going to rob you. They robbed me a long time ago. Okay. That's why I'm fighting. They stole my money a long time ago. A lot of it, not a little bit, a lot. And I suffered for 24 years and I vowed that I would get them back. All right. It's not the same short, but it's different shorts, but it's all the same program. All right. So again, that's why I'm here. I'm not here because I'm your friends or this or that. I'm here to expose what they've done to many people. I've seen people blow their brains out. I saw guys have heart attacks, get divorced, you name it. Friends of mine that were holding the signs with us at a protest in 2006, brain cancer, dead, 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 dead. Their families, they lose their pension money. They invested in the stocks like we all did, lose money and get ripped off by these criminals. These guys wouldn't last an hour in prison, an hour. That's why I said, grab one and it's over with. Just one. And I promise it ends in a minute. They will all run. And that's what I see going on. And that's how I feel. But again, I'm going to have the truck slide set up. We're going to do it at the Secret Service. And it's going to be more brutal than the SEC conference. Remember, when a truck is in front of a building, everyone's videotaping it. Everyone's going to know. All right? We could drive it past the SEC again and embarrass them again. But the Secret Service, I'm told, was in a meeting with an attorney, with the DOJ, and they said they're after counterfeiting of the U.S. equity markets. And they have a few firms already that they're looking at already. All right? That is a fact. I can't tell you who told me, but that is 100% a fact from a meeting with the DOJ, and the Secret Service was there. All right, so it's coming to a head, not as fast as we like, I got it, but it's coming to a head, and I think I'm on the right horse to win this race. The company's on our side. They're doing everything they can to help expose this thing as best they can. Again, companies need lawyers that the file papers. These idiots just hit a sell button. Not only they hit a sell button, they're moving stock back and forth now. And the reason I reported on the real short, Jenny, and whoever else, I forget the other woman that was here also, I forgot her name. Whoever, the real short I'm reporting on, because it shows you how they operate. We could see the naked short and how they operate. But once they drifted into the real short and the borrowing of shares, you saw the rate go through the roof because they were borrowing anything to stop the upside momentum in the stock. Borrow, pay anything, keep selling it. That's what they were doing. We can't sell much more naked. We need you to do this because we can't afford the pressure. So they sold 3.3 million shares. It went from nothing to 3.3 million. Now the number will come down. They return the shares and the naked short number grows, but it's at a lower level, at 5 now. Right? So that's their routine. So you can see that the real short and the naked short are in cahoots working together. And when we do go to court, remind me, William, that to prove that these guys are working together just based on what I told you, because that's how they're doing it. It's called pre-arranged trading. Just think about it. You want to go buy 100,000 shares and you see a stock that's traded 20,000 shares. I'm going to go buy 100. Let me go bid $5.50. Boom. Hey, wait a second. I bought 100 at the same time someone wanted to sell 100. How great is that? The only way that happens is if you know, the other side of the coin is selling it to you. That's a pre-arranged trade. Let's meet at the same time, at the same price right now.
But the
That is
SEC has no ability to track those trades, right?
It's the easiest pie to see.
Oh, I thought
Think
they
about
just
this.
didn't have the computers or the staff or the money. It's just
Yeah, they spend. I think their budget is $3 billion a year, maybe even more.
but it's not enough to track this kind of fraud. I mean, you got to let it go.
I'm
Get
worth
over it.
$28. I'm worth $28, and I can see it. What do you want me to do? Knock on the door? Ask for a
So
job?
somebody asked, I was just looking for it, but somebody asked, what happens? Obviously, you think if Trump becomes president, Pat Byrne will make sure this
Pat Byrne
stops.
said that he would make sure, right? Pat
Well,
Byrne
what
said that.
happens if it's Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or the guy that wears lifts in his boots? I forget his name. DeSantis.
Well, we just get more of what we see now. I don't know.
Yeah.
Listen, this is the final frontier for me. I'm not looking at IBM. I'm not looking at anything. This is the final frontier. We're going to the end. We got good financial backers behind us. Obviously, we can't keep buying the float 5 times over already. If there's 200 million shares, we bought it 10 times over already. It's 24 million. We're up to 10%, 10 times that already, right?
Yeah.
How many more times can we keep buying it, right? Excuse me, I said 24. It's 24 million. Was it 5, 10 times? Sorry, excuse me. How many more times can we keep buying it? How many more investors do you want me to get to go buy the stock? Only to have these guys, when you stop buying it, push it back down. All right? There's got to be fundamentals, all right, which are coming. You can all see it. But we need the regulators to step up. And I believe the regulators are going to do it. I think they just got pissed on by South Korea. And I think there's a lot of people on the right side of the fence saying enough of this now. They've had enough. And that's what I say. But I won't give up. I'll just keep going. And the bashers will keep yelling. They never come down to D.C. I don't understand it. They're so angry. Why don't they come down to D.C. and just tell the world how to come with their signs? We love naked short selling. All these other people are crazy. Why don't they want to buy counterfeit shares? That's what they're for us to sell. We want to sell you nothing and take your money. What's wrong with that? Again, that's what you're going against. You see it, I see it, and you know what? It takes people with courage to fight back. I got it. I'm not in the business of here trying to help you make money. All right? I want you to make money at all costs. Trust me, I do. But again, we don't have guns and badges. We can only educate what we see and try to figure out things to help everybody along to knock this crime off, get it off the plate. All right. So again, I have children and I have grandchildren, and I don't want to see them go through the same shit that I went through. All right. I know many people that had really tough times after getting ripped off on this stuff. The people in MMTLP are not the first people to have tough times. Trust me, I've seen it for a long time now. And that's why I keep yelling about it. I could have left, go play pickleball every day and said, fuck you to everybody. So let me go buy puts. When there's a stock being pumped up, I'll just go buy puts like everybody else and fuck you. But I couldn't do it. I'm not like that. The system, the SEC, they attack people and they protect the crooks. We've done everything to expose the crooks. We brought it to their door. We brought it to the door. They know who we are. Why aren't they grabbing these people? What else do we have to do? They said to whistleblow. They set up a site. Whistleblow. We'll pay you back. We all called up. What do you want us to do? Write it on their windows? What do we have to do? How do you get a whistleblower? How do you get something to be looked at as a whistleblower? We put the truck in front of their building, the SEC enforcement conference, the Washington Post, the New York. We did it everywhere. The Fox, CNBC. You were there, William, in New Jersey at CNBC. Everywhere.
Yeah.
So not legal advice. I always wonder, no one ever sees you with Superman, but Not Legal Advice says no one ever sees Ham with Gary Gensler. Have they ever been seen together? I guess he's assuming that you might be Gary Gensler.
Oh my God. If I was him, I would never leave my house. What, are you crazy? Listen, I don't understand the guy's motive. He's very wealthy. He has a very important job, and he just doesn't give a shit. I don't even know how he walks out of these meetings. When people ask him, Anna was with him. She took a picture of him, or you took the picture of her standing, telling him, what are you doing? Nothing. That was months ago.
So if a company were to switch to Korea, could FINRA pull another U3 halt before the switch? I don't know how useful.
You file a Form 25, you leave the country, they have to settle all the trades. That's how it works. I looked into that 3 years ago.
So let's do it. Let's set up. Could we set up?
Listen, I want Richard, it's not legal advice, to answer some questions as far as the capybara suit. They have to respond to the complaint on the 27th. All right. What wiggle room? What does he think comes out of it? You know, what about the liability if found guilty? What do you think? I'd like to get his response on a lot of questions off of that. I want his opinion of it, since it's not legal advice.
This is a pretty amazing. Somebody just wrote, he just found out the other day that Gary Gensler's wife died of breast cancer, and he still allows these guys to naked short these companies into bankruptcy. Does money warp people that much?
Disgrace. I told you the story. My mom died of breast cancer, and I fought for IMMU, and eventually was taken over by GILD.
Not legal advice says if they do not respond, someone will get a judgment against Capybara.
Well, we'll have their name. We will have their information. If they don't respond, what is the next leg when we have their name?
I'm waiting if he answers you. I don't presume to be an attorney.
I'm told the judge on this case is pretty well known by Mark, and he said that this is the judge that doesn't let anyone hide behind any kind of wall. So these guys have an LLC that they're hiding behind that will be exposed.
Probably should make sure it's true.
LLC,
well, that's a good point. I do want to emphasize, I just read that guy's comment without checking it. I probably should have confirmed it. So that's a good point. It's a rumor at this point about his wife. Yeah, about his wife. I don't know how to look it up. It's a little Google-ish to say, does
everyone has a wife, an aunt, a relative, a female, a grandmother, a daughter, a grandchild? Who would want to do this?
Oh,
this poor bastard.
Okay, I'll put up her name. Let's see.
This poor guy knows he's got 2 months to go. That's what they told him today. 2 months. We can't do anything for you. 2 months. Who wants to walk out of an office that you got 2 months to go? 60 days. We can't wait. Everyone's impatient waiting for November 27th just on Capybara. This guy's got 2 months, 60 days before he dies. How do you go home, tell your family, your wife, your 2 daughters, you got 60 days? What do you do? I mean, think about what these guys are doing. Just to steal money. They could care less. They don't care. They don't care. Savvy, that fat bastard, he couldn't give a shit. Easton, the guys at Yorkville, all these, I can't remember all their names. The Kramers, Alpine, they don't care. They're living, look at Alpine's wife. She's running around with big diamonds on her at events like they're movie stars. That's what they want to be. They all want to be a movie star, and they only have no personalities. And the only way they can get by in life is doing what? Throwing parties, spending money, donating to hospitals, like all the criminals do.
So not legal advice says once you identify a person, you can go through the same service process with each of them. They will defend themselves or do nothing. If they do nothing, you can get a judgment against them.
Can it lead to a criminal charge if you reach out to the Southern District, as you can see the fraud that's been presented here? Can you ask him that?
I think he heard you, but I think your question is, can it lead to a criminal charge if you file the same document in the New York
Well,
court?
if obviously that we know who they are, we're going to know who they are, the capybara, the LLC, whatever it is. We know that's got nothing there. So you go after the individual. And if he has a home, I guess you could take whatever assets he has, right? That's next. But if they continue to run and hide, can it lead to a criminal charge because it's a short and distort?
He hasn't answered yet. He said in a complaint, you name John Doe's 1 to 100. And as you find the names out, their names out, you can add them. For example, Doe number 1 could replace with Con. No, he misspelled John. Con Smith.
But as they're hiding behind the lays and they have no money behind it, how do we turn this to get this guy to actually, like, for example, let's say we go from here to Ed Smith is behind Capybara, and now we go after him for his for his crimes. And since since the liability is $140 million, I don't think people have that laying around. Could we go after his house or his assets?
Well, he says he did answer that they can use the information in the civil action, which I guess is what's going on. It can be used as background in a criminal case. Look how that worked for O.J. Simpson.
I was just trying to think ahead and how this thing can ramp up and really get this guy. We need him to turn in whoever's supporting him, whoever gave him the information to write this story. We need him to turn on them. And I'm sure the lawyers will figure it out. I'm just trying to think out loud.
One of your listers, Diego, one of his best friends has cancer and is given 10 months to live. He's in GTII, and I hope he gets to see it go up and make a little money before he leaves us and his family.
That's the sick part. We're wasting our lives doing this nonsense to save everyone else. And the people that don't want to fight, and I'm sad to say this, but they complain. What are you doing? Can you help us out? Move it faster. What are you doing? What are you doing tomorrow? We're wasting our lives doing this also. And we all know the end comes for everyone. Look at these poor people that are dying. Like, it's no big deal. He's dead. There's people that died in MMTOP already. Am I right, William?
Yeah. There's some, yeah, it's bad. Yeah. I don't want to bring some of my memories
I'm just
up.
saying it's a disgrace that we have to sit here and do this stuff instead of enjoying our lives as adults. The SEC has left us hanging out here because we were blessed with this stupid information. You know, this is what I had to understand. I couldn't figure out how to bet on fast horses. I had to get this. You know, I'm giving a break. I don't want to do this.
That's like Hayes says, you can't choose your fight.
Right.
Not legal advice says if it's fraud, whatever it is, can be used in both criminal and civil cases.
So what I'm saying is, does a civil case, could it lead to a fraudulent case? I guess a fraud case.
One guy, I assume he's a lawyer, says file a civil suit with a statement of claim lawsuit suggesting damages to be paid, general, comp, and punitive.
I think he put in there because he said that we're asking for $140 million, which was what was lost, the market cap that was lost. So I think it's in there already.
What would this suit do for Finger? Ahmed wants
Nothing,
to know.
but I'll make our lawyers rich and everybody happy. Listen, the suit is to expose the criminals. We can't find out what LLC is naked shorting, correct?
Right.
So they're hiding in the dark. They made a mistake. They put out 2 stupid reports. So now we have to chase down the people that put the reports out. They did it for a reason, to stop the upside momentum and to run interference so the shorts can attack. That's what they did it for. That's what the game is about. So they wrote, the day the Capybara report came out, these guys had the army ready to attack. So we need to find out who was the captain that quarterbacked that whole thing, the attack. Because it went from 707 to 458 on 4.6 million shares. Someone was blasting it out, naked shorting it to drive people to sell based on the fraudulent report. Because nobody was selling it based on that report. I watched on Twitter and everybody kept saying the same thing. This report is stupid. Everyone said the same thing.
There's
Yeah,
one guy
4.6.
that told me that was a great report, but I don't. But anyway, not legal advice. After you get all that, the judgment, you can pressure someone to collect. You can take a deposition of someone after a judgment to ascertain the assets.
Well, that's what I think the game plan is to get this guy in, take his assets, tell him he's going to lose his home, whatever he has, all right? Because I don't think he's smart enough to have his house away from his criminal career. And once he starts losing his assets, I think that's when, okay, you can save your assets or save your ass, give up whoever it was. So that's what I expect is going to happen. Somebody's going to give up somebody, whether it's the report from Benzinger, that 5-line that the company missed, or it's going the other way.
Joey says, look, we've seen this for AMC for 3 years, all of this over and over and over and over. This is AMC all over again. No matter what we do, it doesn't help.
Well, Joey, I think he's wrong. I've been doing this 24 years, not 4 years in AMC, whatever the hell he was here for. All right, so I've been doing this much longer than he has, and I do believe the tide has turned. All right, if you held on to AMC up to $70, you have to be a buffoon to not sell it when it went up that high.
Or sell part of it.
You had to sell something at some point. You just can't sit. And I tell everybody in these names, when the stock goes, what are you supposed to do? Make sales.
And then you trade for free. We all make that mistake to not do that, but that's right.
I said it 50 times, William.
I know you did. I know you did.
I'm trying to teach you guys how to protect yourself. When the stock goes up, you make sales, get your money off the table. If at the end in AMC, if you did that and you broke even, that's Wall Street. You can break even on a trade. Not every trade makes you money because you held on and you didn't sell it. All right. When it goes up, the stock went from $2 to $70-something. Just change the numbers. Make believe it was $10. The number it went up to was, hold on a second. The number it went up to was $777. That's how big that number was. That's how big that number was.
I think his phone rang.
Yeah, no, I'm right here. I'm sorry. I have a bee in my car while I'm driving, so it's a little. I'm trying to drive with chasing a bee out of the car. It's a short bee. It's a short bee. I know he's here to sting me.
Is there anything relevant to the November 17th date and finger that you mentioned on Sunday?
I heard there's fundamental news coming out. I don't know what it is. I don't have options, so it doesn't mean anything to me.
What I remember you said on Sunday is, oh gosh, a special dividend distribution. Maybe.
No, I reported it. I gave it to everyone saying, hey, you need to do something. I sent a message to everyone that I could possibly send a message to do a special dividend. And I heard back, there's corporate news coming. Maybe they do that. Maybe they do something else. I don't know. I'm not on the inside, so I don't know what they decided what to do. I have no idea. But I did send a message that do not stand. Keep doing whatever you have to do. Keep sticking them with a stick.
Well, that's
Keep poking.
I think the main lesson I've learned over the last 5 years, and I haven't always done it right, but these guys are relentless and they're going to keep selling. The SEC will do zero. Congress will do zero. Journalists will do zero. So when you get the stock rallies up, as much as your dreams are for heaven, just take some money off at the basement or at the first floor, and then you can let the rest go to the penthouse. But it's tough to do. I know.
No, listen, again, I've been here a long time, and, I could have exited at 17. I could have exited at 10, but I believe the thing is worth 100. I thought it was worth 100 before the short nonsense. Now we have the short nonsense on top of us.
I like this guy's comment, Mark. He says, get the shorts designated as domestic terrorists, and us veterans here will take care of them. I like that.
I agree with you 100%. They are terrorists. Until they show me the paper trail, the money trail, I have to assume that they're funding terrorist organizations. That's how I feel. I've said that 1,000 times also. They're terrorists. They're financial terrorists. Mark Falk wrote the story in 2004. I put it up on Twitter many days. Financial terrorism in the U.S. From 2004, he wrote that. And now he's doing the movie again, Wall Street, The Conspiracy, Part 2, the counterfeiting of the U.S. equity markets. How much more? The word counterfeiting, and no matter what language you speak it, is bad, is negative. Yet, they keep letting it happen.
That's an interesting question. Could any investigative hackers track all this to the source of the fraud? I'm not a computer guy, but I bet there's people out there could track all of this if they wanted to.
I'm not a guy like that either, but I assume that if you wanted to, someone, I guess, I don't know. You can find the source of the selling. It's the same. It's going to be a floodgate. Regular people buy 200,000, they sell 400,000. It's pretty easy. Whoever's selling the 400,000 comes through the same pipe. It's got to be the same way to back the other way. That's why I always say follow the sell tickets.
This is interesting. I can't confirm this, but this guy says that the Department of Justice is trying to use an old law which took down gangsters to go after bad actors on Wall Street. Oh, RICO. RICO, yeah. Of course.
That's the guy that's the Puerto Rican from the Bronx, RICO.
Yeah.
Listen, we all know the DOJ is 100% is going to arrest somebody. My guess is they're going to start with Andrew Leff. That's why he's living in fear. Andrew Leff was the poster child of short and distort. Everything he did, and if you went back and look at my old post, I used to put down anything Andrew Leff beat up. I said, you got to buy it because he was wrong way left. He only did it to try to cover and help short sellers recoup or buy in stocks they were getting squeezed in. And I'll give you an example. Peloton, the stock was $33. He came out with some stupid report on it. The shorts were just like in finger motion trap. They knocked it down to 26 on his report. And you can go back, anybody can go back and look. It's $33, but it's 26. And then it went to 136. All right. So the same pattern that I've seen in other names, whether it's Beyond Meat or Kodak, all these stocks, they try to knock them down and then they turn and they scream. So I see the same pattern in finger motion. They're so desperate. Everything that they're doing is a sign of desperation. They're not doing this because it's fun. They're spending a lot of money to carry this position, to borrow shares, exposing themselves all over the place. This isn't something, this is 100 times worse than GameStop and AMC together. Because no one on this phone, the gentleman that he was in AMC, he had no fucking clue what was going on. I knew what was going on, but I couldn't even figure out who the short was. All right, I still don't know who the big shorts were in AMC. I have no idea who was in it. No one got blown up like Merlin Capital that I knew of. I never heard anything about it. Merlin Capital and others got blown up in GameStop. I'm sure there's been people that were blown up in AMC, but I never heard the big names. What's the big name? Who was the guy? I don't know. So no one knew what was going on in those names. All right. So again, it's finger motion. We know the whole thing. We know the shorties coming out of Lind Partners and their offshore partners. We know the guy, their money guys in Australia. You know everything about it. You know how big it is. You know how big the naked short is, the real short. You know everything about it. And they're so desperate, they can't let it go up. At least AMC and GameStop went up. It's your mistake that you held on and you didn't make a trade out of it or make some money out of it. So you can't blame anybody. The same AMC people saying that. You guys got a gift from the gods, AMC and GameStop. Your stocks went from nothing to major league prices. You can't blame anybody but yourself. Look in the mirror. And that's why no one on Wall Street gives a shit about AMC and GameStop. It's because you guys had the opportunity of a lifetime. People in GameStop, the stock went to 550 from $4. What would you look at for 551? If you didn't make money in that and change your life, that's a life-changing trade. Whether you bought in at 4, 10, 50, or 100, it's a life-changing trade. And people fucked it all up. And that's why Gasparino and these people piss on people, because that on Wall Street, that's how we look at it. If you did that and you held on, we look at you as a fool. A stock that goes from 1 or 2 to 6, that's not a life-changing trade yet. It didn't even warm up yet. When it has the life-changing trade and you sit there and you held on, you'll know that you were wrong. That's how you have to think. That's how Wall Street has no mercy for people who are not smart enough to figure out what's going on. I think William, myself, and others have been more than polite, helping everybody, trying to teach you.
I don't know.
It's a shitty. You got to be fast and ruthless. All right. When you're sleepy, you're not paying attention, and that's why sometimes I'm rough about it, because I'm trying to educate you. That's how I was taught. Make 1,000 a day, 5 a week, it's 20 a month. Tell me about it. If I can make 20,000 a month hanging out, I'll do it all the time. Imagine making 2,000 a day. That's what it's about.
This question, the same gentleman, I think, is asking it again. So maybe he's hoping for a fuller answer.
I'll change it. I'll say it in Spanish this time.
Is Ham able to elaborate on 11/17 and the significance of that date for Finger that he mentioned on Sunday?
All I heard is that they were getting it, whatever they were doing, they're going to have it done before the 17th. There you go. That's the date. 11/17. I heard that they were going to get something done before that date. That's all I know. What it is, I have no clue.
This Ocean Sailing makes a good point. She says, if you believe a company is criminally shorted and you can afford to hang in, so be it. But you do not have to be invested to fight against the criminals. And that's true.
I tell people that every day. If you can't afford it, you don't want to invest, don't invest. No one cares. But if you don't stand up and do something, a crumb, if you're sitting around, you're on Twitter, as we say, picking your ass, do something, retweet, Say something. Reach out to Elon Musk. Reach out to Pat Byrne. Reach out to a senator. Say something. It doesn't cost you anything. Stand behind your computer. Be a warrior behind the computer. That's all. This is a fight that's saving everyone. This is not a joke anymore. You will all be ripped off. You're going to get ripped off. I'm telling you. You don't know how it's going to happen, but you will.
If a company switched to Korea, can FINRA U3 halt it before the switch? I guess he's a late comer to it. The question keeps coming up from one of your friends, and I guess he had the idea first and only guy that did.
Steve Rosenberg.
That what if we had counterfeit money to buy counterfeit stock?
I put it on the truck. I put a picture of Gary Gensler. These are Gary Gensler bucks. How more embarrassing can it get for the SEC? But I thought, someone sent me a stack of $100 bills, fake ones, the 10,000 of them. They actually look pretty good. I'm like, imagine if we just gave them out in front of the SEC. Here's your Gensler buck. What do you want me to do? Get people to hand them out next?
To be clear, Vince, Finger is not in talks with South Korea to move shares over.
No. Listen, that just happened. What the message I sent back to as many people as I can: leave the U.S., get away from this shithole. That's what I said. That's what I call the U.S. equity markets, a shithole.
Saber Delta wants you to know that AMC squeezed to $70, dude.
Well, I'm giving you $4 extra. What do you want me to tell you? I can't remember.
Well, I remember you said treat it like it. Treat the stock. Add $10 to the stock, so it went from 30 to 700 or whatever you said, instead of 3 to 70. You used an example, Saber Delta, that had to use a little imagination, just multiply it by 10. But the reason Ham did that, the magnitude of the move is the same. And if you were in a stock that went from 30 to 700 something, you probably would have sold some. That's all he was trying to say.
Listen, these are big, massive numbers that you guys were in. I was not in AMC. The highest we sold GameStop was 118. All right. We should have did what I say all the time. Sold 80% of it and held 20%. We would have made more on the 20% than we made on the 80% because it went to 500. I'm just saying that I'm trying to teach you because I made the same mistakes we all do. We all do the same thing.
Yeah, it's human emotion.
We were high-fiving that we made 500,000.
The guys on the other side, if there's 25 items that are risk items, they've got 24 of them in the bag. They've got them under control. They've got lawyers. They've got money. They can move LLCs. They control the SEC. They control the market maker. They got it all under control. It's only sometimes when it goes, the fat tail shows up and it goes out of control. And then they tap it down.
Education, William, education in GTII and finger motion makes those two names super deadly. I think CVM and Northwest Bio could be extremely deadly, but there is no one educated.
The other thing is, to add to your point, you have educated the C-suite. You've educated the executives and the chairman and the president not to take deals from fronts for the short sellers, not to take dilutive deals, not to take convertible crap deals that have backward looking and tranches and all this bullshit and reverse splits. GTII has always said no. Finger.
They could have taken money. They could have taken money 10 times and they did not.
Right.
Charlie Mayo called up, Kramer's right-hand stooge. We have the audio recording of him calling the company up, trying to give them money, and the company turned it down. They turned it down to give everyone a chance at a home run swing. They didn't turn it down because they had tons of money. They did it to help us all out. It's right there. It's proven. Every other company that you bump into takes the money, gets destroyed, and then reverses their stock.
Right.
I'm trying to tell you, be careful, stay away from those situations, because the companies don't know. They just get robbed. I don't think the companies are going out of their way, designing to hurt you. I think that they're just out there trying to, keep their companies alive, and these guys lie to them, and then they get ripped off. That's what happened.
There is a lot of questions. I'm just trying to read them. The issue with AMC is that people listen to somebody else, and we're waiting for $1,000. Well, I know the feeling. A year ago, I was. Yeah, we all had a chance to make some sales. I waited for.
Listen, I guess AMC, you were looking for $1,000. I'm with you on it. I agree. It could have gone to $1,000. I agree. But if you paid $20 for it, and you sold some stock at 60 or 70 or whatever, and you got all your money off the table, and you're on the phone with me now saying, hey, I was in AMC. I didn't make any money. I broke even, B/E. And I say, well, did you learn a lesson? And you would say, absolutely. That's how it works. And that's a great trade, that when you break even, breaking even is a good way to learn of a trade and understand what you did wrong. How would you like to be in AMC and lose 80% of your money because you were too stupid to make a sale? Not calling you stupid, but you didn't do it. Now that's a lesson that's the tough lesson to learn, because you just lost $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, and you're kicking yourself in the ass every day for not selling. And I'm trying to make it easy for you. As a professional, you always make sales to get your money off the table.
And I think one guy's pointing out that some people pointed out who tried to get AMC to the moon and blah, blah, blah. Everyone believed it, diamond hands and all that. But I think Ham knows much better than I do. And if I could relive my career learning from Ham, it's obvious the stocks I built positions in and I funded got destroyed by criminals. But the thing is, as a story builds and the stock starts to move, you constantly have to be thinking, who's the next person in the pool? If there's not a new buyer, start selling that you can think of. You've got to take advantages of the runs, and they don't always run as high. And I'm not good at it either.
William, I've always said there is no diamond hands. Don't ever believe.
Yeah,
that
don't
again.
diamond. I'm totally anti-diamond hands.
I mean, this is your franchise. It's your money. You decide when you want to get in, get out. I know people that buy stocks. If it goes against them a nickel, they sell it. That's just the way they do it. I've seen it where these guys have sold stocks. They sell it, and in 1 second the stock turns, goes down a nickel, then it goes up $1, and they lost the nickel. That's just the way they are. They have to protect their assets. That's what they do. That's just how some people play.
I almost skipped this one, but Joey is insistent. So, and I'm going to let you answer it because I could answer it. He says, Joey Leroy says, David, 3 years from now, when you're still holding finger at a 99% loss, you will see it's another AMC. I'm going to let you answer it, but I know the two quick answers I'd give, but Ham, go ahead.
Hey, listen, that's his opinion. But when we're up, where is it going to be then? The stock recently went from 70 cents to $7 or $8. It did it twice already. So again, if you listen to what I said and you sold some and you have money in your pocket, you don't have to take all you sold 1,000 shares. If you own 2,000, you sold 1,000, you get the other 1,000 for free. That's the way you stay alive until it comes. All right. So listen to a buffoon telling you that the stock has not even had it run yet.
It hasn't had its run. Number one, they don't need money. Right, they want money. They don't need it.
Listen, AMC had its run. That was the run. And anyone who yaps about AMC and GameStop that was going to 1,000, all right, I'm with you on that. I'm a believer in those stocks should have kept going. But you need to always protect yourself and take something off the table.
Well, did people have time to get out?
When it's a break-even trade, you can't have that big mouth saying you're going to lose 99% of your money because you didn't. You're breaking even.
Right.
No one can ever say that to you.
Right.
All right. I'm trying to teach you that you don't ever have to face that horror of in any stock you're in saying I lost 99% of my money because I held on too long. All right. That's the proper way to do it. I said it 10 times. Always make small sales. You can buy the dip, sell the rip. You keep playing it. People buy stocks and sell them all day long. I'm sure there's people in here buying 500 shares. When it runs up 50 cents, they sell it, make $250, $250 a day. Like I told you, it's nice money every day. All right. But if you do own stock, let's say you own 500 shares and you paid $2 for it. All right, you got 1,000 invested. Every day you make $250. That means you got $750 invested, 500 invested. This way your money's off the table. People do that all the time.
Yeah.
And trust me, I made the same mistakes that you're all talking about. I've held on too long. I sold too early. I sold too fast. I did every trick that anyone that you guys want to whine about, I did it. All right. I even bought options in a company that a guy from the mental institution made a bid for. So trust me, I've seen it all. I keep telling you to learn and understand and figure out what's best for you. I can't trade for you. I can teach you all the crazy things that have happened. I have been doing this a long time. I've seen every crazy thing in the world. I've seen guys get carried out on option expiration because they sold options at pennies and the company got taken over on option expiration and the stock went up $20, $30. I think Gulf and Western was one of those, William. Back in the day,
I remember.
It got taken over and I think it went up $30. It was one of the first stocks to ever really go up big like that, 30, $40. And all the guys were short options. They walked on the American Stock Exchange and grabbed guys and dragged them out. And they lost everything, their homes, everything, because they were selling options, trying to take in the premium. All right? That's why you never sell options like that to make 10 cents so you can steal premium, because it goes one time against you. It's like being short the stock. They got crushed. So you stay away from those things. These are lessons that you have to learn. But if you ever did it, and you say, oh my God, I'm making 1,000 a week just selling these options, they expire. One time it happens, you lose everything. And then some. So there's 100 different ways. Again, I'm just trying to teach you that breaking even on Wall Street is a good thing. It's a lesson that's learned. You can't win on every trade. But if you can break even and then just start chopping away and get good ones, all right, that's how you become rich in this game. It doesn't happen overnight, all right? But in Thingamotion, it's a different subject. It has not even begun to run yet. The desperation of the shorts, and I'm sure most people didn't see it in AMC at $2 and $3 because that was the beginning of it. GameStop at $4, it was the beginning of it. No one saw it. I told everyone about it at that level. I saw it. I said, the desperation here, these guys are going to break. I could see it. And then pop, it went. So most people don't even understand it. Listen, I got it. There's not many professional people on this phone. But again, these are things you have to learn. All right? And if you're losing, I got it. You can't afford it. You got to figure a way to get yourself straight and move along. All right? Don't risk your family. Don't go homeless over it. That you can't do that. You can't have a heart attack over it. Be cool about it. Figure your way out. I've lost many times. Okay? And it, breaks your heart when you make a mistake, but that's what happens. That's part of the game. And that's the game I choose to be in. That's the way it was.
Do you know anything about Charlie, Robert, Edward, Victor? C-R-E-V?
Charlie, Robert.
C-R-E-V?
No, I never heard of it.
All right. Well, apparently it went up from 20 something to 200. I don't know.
They happen all the time. You just don't know. Listen, if you know one that's going to go in 2 days, give me a shout. I want to play it too. I don't know it. I don't know them all. I study only a few. That's all I study.
One of your
Anyway,
friends is pointing out.
Excuse me?
One of your friends is pointing out that the criminal short sellers have not been stopped because they've paid off politicians and government officials.
All right. I don't believe that, but okay.
Is Eastman Kodak still a short squeeze candidate?
Absolutely. It was over 1 billion shares short. I wasn't allowed to put the data up there for you, so I wasn't allowed to do it.
All right.
But
Now this guy's saying, oh, so now you're only saying finger goes to 100. I thought the spike was over 1,000.
I said it. I'll make it.
Pick your numbers.
I'll pick my numbers. 1,000, 2,000. It could go forever. It hasn't even started yet. That's what the fight is about. So for the gentleman who wants to pick on a stupid number, the number is whatever it is for you. You could just look at the math. They're short 200 million shares and 2 million shares now on the, it's probably over 200 million now since they moved it. You tell me what number you think it can go to. Don't ask me anymore. Do your own math.
So this
Right there in front of you.
This gentleman asks a good question, although I think I know the answer I'd give. I'll let you give an answer. He's saying, should Finger do a press release stating Finger is now cash flow positive as just an interim press release?
If I was the CEO, you would get a press release every other day from me.
Right.
If I was the CEO, but I'm not the CEO. And it's a NASDAQ company. It's a good company. It made the NASDAQ. Not every company gets on the NASDAQ, right? This company did. They're under attack and they're fighting back. What else do you want me to tell you? If it was my company, if I was the CEO, I would take calls like this every day and hear what everybody has to say. And then I would go back and do what I have to do.
And Scott, the lawyers are going to tell the CEO, the conservative CEO, you can't put out an interim update on earnings unless you do it all the time, and it's promotional. The good guys are not allowed to do things that the criminals do as a matter of right. So
it's viewed as promotional. You can't say this, you can't say that. You got to file this, you got to do that. We don't want to get in trouble by the SEC if we say this or say that. And my response is, hey, you're fighting for your life here.
I know. I agree with you.
Companies will come back and say, listen, I spoke with CELU. I told you that many times.
Just get out there and swing.
There's a company, Heliogen, HYGN. I think that's the symbol. It's like $2.30. The stock was $1.70. If they didn't get the stock to trade above 250, they were going to get kicked off the New York Stock Exchange. I spoke to their lawyers, the board of directors. I spoke to all of them. I speak to companies all the time. All right, so they had to go out there and get that stock and find someone, and they did what they had to do. The stock traded to 275. That's the panic. That company's got 120 million in cash in the bank with 5 million share float, and they reversed it recently. They got destroyed already. Think of that. The company they reversed it. I think it went to 10, and it went down to $1 again or something like that. Reversed it. And the only reason I know about it is because the shareholder that was in it before the reverse called me up and said, would I speak with them? And I did. So for those of you who think I'm a kook, a lot of public companies are calling for my opinion on things. I can't make them do things. And I kept it quiet because I'm not involved and I didn't say anything about it. But that's how it is. There's companies, they don't know what to do. They're all being robbed. What do I tell people, board of directors? Hey, get your shareholders out here and get them some signs and protests.
But then their lawyers say, you got to be careful. You got to do it this way. Right. That's the problem. Nobody sees, including Wall Street veterans, nobody sees that the criminals have no conscience. They don't follow the rules. But
they have everyone scrambling all over the place. I've always said, when you work as one, that's how you win. And Finger is winning. Finger has broken through the clouds, through the mess, and has come out. And you know what? Their fundamentals have now going to take over. The shorts have a huge problem. That's how I feel. You get off the boat anytime you like. The short position will be ignited, just like GameStop and AMC. When it's time, it will go. And that's what happened. Bed Bath & Beyond just went. At one time, it was, what, to $2? I told you it was $34 million to buy. Boom, went to 36. That's how they go. I can't tell you when the fuse is going to be lit. You can tell the thing is ready to pop because they're attacking it, trying to hold it down. What does $6 mean to me? Nothing. What does $5 mean to me? Nothing. All it is related to is options that people are in, and these guys are trying to take advantage of the option market. That's it. So as the option market dries up, what are they doing? Nothing. Now what? Anyway, listen, I have to run, everyone. Have a great night. If I hear something good, William, thank you for your time. And everyone, hang in there. I'll speak to you later.
All right. Thank you,
Thank you.
Em.
Call ended.
All right, let's see what I left on your questions out. I'll go to the bottom. Wow, it's a lot. I didn't think he'd hang up that quickly. Thank you, Ocean Sailing. Mullion T. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. GTII is 56 now. Think how desperate they're. Well, they're lucky. I mean, I had to pay 0.561090. All right, that's a good idea. But of course you are. Hi, I'm good in plenty. No, that's not how it goes. Hi. She's comes up to the craps table and James Bond is there. Hi, I'm Plenty O'Toole. And she's got, a forward presence. He goes, but of course you are. Ricky, we're going to go to war before a bank collapses. What's this? 4 more days in this area. I don't know what it means. What stops the brokers from maintaining fake shares in the event the stock is moved to a foreign market? I mean, Jerry, I've never done it, so I've never gone through the process, but I guess the theory would be that you delist from the United States, so the company ceased to exist on an, as a corporation or on an exchange in the United States. So the company needs to ask for all of its stock capital back so it can transfer that stock capital, for lack of a better word, over to South Korea to reestablish. You can't, unless you're a short, you can, but you can't be Bugsy Siegel selling the same casino ownership 6 or 7 times. You end up with a bullet in your head. But the shorts here under Gensler are allowed to do that because there's something screwball with Gensler. Something really screwball with him. That's when I made 17K in BBPY. Okay, great. That's awesome. Yeah, kid, I don't think you need to do options in finger unless you do something long and deep, in the money. But I just think the stock is so cheap now. There's no urgency, in my opinion. I think gleaning from what we just heard,
it's possible there's going to be some sort of corporate action announced before the 17th. That's a rumor, obviously. There's no guarantee. The Chinese move very deliberately. We've gotten really excited for Univest for at least 5 months in a row. And there were buyers. Somebody was buying on all the way up. But I think that sense of pressure, that sense of being out of control for the good guys is gone right now in Finger. So I personally, unless you like taking quick punts, I wouldn't buy November calls. I probably wouldn't even buy December calls. I just buy the stock. Now, I want to be clear. The stock I now think will move first and could move at any time is Finger. I haven't really changed much on that. It's a good point. We're in a street fight. Had hit what I said. Get this Brent Sun guy on here and answer our question. He owes it to you, William, and your Lord. Well, yeah, I think he'll come on. I think he was not in charge of Aubrey SPAC. And so I think he's still sorting through the detritus of those idiots. And let me be clear, I think they're idiots. Or they're just greedy. They did it just as a way to shuffle money. I haven't seen any skill there, really. But anyway, leaving that aside, I'm sure he'll talk to us. Logic, by buying the Logic shares, we got a chance to receive Aubrey SPAC. The valuations were there. It was a layup. But instead, the senior people at Aubrey SPAC, and who are not talented, and the investment bankers, advisors, whatever you want to call, I forget the name of it right now, introduced these two hedge funds. That was either stupid, intentional to destroy the company. There may have been a payoff involved, because make absolutely no mistake about it. If you do the simplest of arithmetic calculations from last week, the criminals were able to use the cover of the hedge funds, the shorts, counterfeited $50 million of cash into existence in their accounts. There were only 40,000 shares of ASPA extant. So let's ask for the NOBO list, and we'll find out on the corporate list who owned what stock of those 40,000 shares. That's the solution that's always presented to me. There's no way there's a short position. So obviously, with only 40,000 shares extant, somebody sold 2 million shares, over 2 million shares in one day. Must have been a bot. I know what it was. It was high frequency trading, because this stock was so much in the news. You couldn't buy and sell. You didn't have time. You couldn't call your mother. You were so busy back and forth. That this is a stock you had to trade down, up, down, keep trading, keep trading. This stock is a trading stock. You don't have time to locate. There's so much trading going on. You can't believe it. People have to wake up and strip the illusion from their faces. Gary Gensler is corrupt. The SEC is corrupt. FINRA is a useless appendage. And NASDAQ and the OTC are just smiling faces there
to skim money off the top from themselves, but to help Wall Street. We have to stop believing that these greedy motherfuckers are the next Messiah. All right. I'll get him on. I'm just not sure that he can come on whilst there's pending news events. I don't think every bit of news has been released. I think there is good news on the Logic side, albeit one-off. It'll be a one-off deal if you're trading. If you're willing to wait and watch a company grow, that's different. But there will be a reverse merger candidate, which, just doing the arithmetic, I was told at one point it could be 50, 60, 70 cents a share to us. That's 10 to 15% of the company. So if we use 12.5%, and we use 60 cents, we divide it by 0.125. That's a $500 million company. It should be, it'll be NASDAQ. It'll be, if it's that big, it'll obviously be a revenue generating company. I don't know if it'll, I don't know, will it have profitability? I don't know. That could be announced this week. That could be announced next week. So with Logic, LGIQ, the shell, I mean, there's no way to sugarcoat this. And you can tell I'm upset. And I think there's some people that should regurgitate their fees, either for incompetence or corruption, paybacks, or they need an attitude adjustment. And they've had a year to organize these announcements, roll it out. A year. You'd be fired in any other world. And that's what I'm calling for. Everybody at the top of ASP to be fired, the lawyers to be fired, and those investment bankers to be fired. And I think they should regurgitate their fees. They're lucky if they're not sued. Whoever recommended those two hedge funds should be called up for being complicit. I'm not a lawyer. I don't have the vocabulary in securities fraud. Logic was trading for 20 cents recently. And now we know why. The criminals had control. I'm doing this from memory. But it was going to split. Logic was going to split into Data Logic, which was the Aubrey SPAC, which was changing its name to CAUD. There was going to be announcements, management changes. Don't worry about the finances. They're friendly to, I was told somebody else, but they're friendly to the investment bankers and ASPA. They're not going to do anything wrong. Don't worry. And there's so few shares out, there could be a squeeze. Well, it went to $38, but you didn't get a chance to sell in Gary Gensler's corrupt stock markets. That was worth $1.05 to us at 105 million shares outstanding. $1.05 to us out of the gate. There were going to be 3 or 4 deals announced right away, and that could be strengthened.
This is based on $10 a share for CAUD, $10 a share. Well, the stock went to 38, and then it was at 25.27. NASDAQ stopped trading it. How convenient. Well, that based on $10 a share was worth $1.05. Over on the Logic side, which became the shell, there's the reverse merger candidate. This was meant as a 50, 60, 70 cent estimated value to you and to me. Now, I used the different numbers, but this was based on 105 million shares outstanding. And we get 10 to 15% of whatever that company is, and we get stock in whatever that company is. Now, one major change happened is that whoever this effing group, I can't remember their name, I'll look it up, that it did all the advisory work and took 2 million out in addition to shares and ownership because of their complete incompetence, but they could look out for themselves. And because the company issued shares for services, instead of 105 million shares out, there's 150 million, almost. 150 million. This is because of really shitty financing that was advised from people who had a responsibility to you and me. They advised this financing. I think the whole thing should be reversed, but there's bats chance in Antarctica for that. 150 million shares, not 105. So just taking these two numbers, Logic at 20 cents, the shell would start, I'm going to use the lowest number here. The shell would start out there at 50 cents and the data logic at 105. So $1.50. I'm lowering my numbers, which when I gave you numbers before, I could get 8 to 10x. Well, let's look at these numbers now just based on 150 million shares outstanding. Just 150 million shares outstanding. Instead of all the fraud. The 20 cents, just because of the horrible job of introducing financing that people are going to come to you and ask you to remain an investor in CAUD. Remember what they did to you. All right, so Logic at 20 cents. Now, just using that change in the number of shares, not changing the $10, 76 cents. 76 cents. And then to take the reverse merger candidate and multiply it I come up with a value of 41 cents. Not 60, 70, 41 cents.
So your value proposition changed because of really piss poor decision making by the top people, in my judgment. Now, there's an argument to be made. We had no choice. We had to take it. Have you heard that argument before? You can't accept money from criminals. Once you do, your company's finished. When I met my girlfriend, I felt complete. Now I'm finished. 20 cents now because of that financing. 76 cents on the Aubrey SPAC side and 41 cents on the shell. So 20 cents had a maximum upside after that financing in terms of value of $1.17. That's a huge change in the value proposition, made without your consent and made by people who can't get through their head that if they accept toxic financing, their company's not going to exist. They can't accept that. But they did it on your behalf, and they pocketed their payday right away. Thank you very much. So I would love Brent's son to take over because I think he'd fight back. And he doesn't have an illusion. All right, so Dos Equis, 20 cents had a maximum upside of $1.17, down from well over $2, $2.50, $3, because of a financing decision made without, you couldn't trade and without your consent. But still 20 cents going to $1.17, maybe I'll take that risk. Well, then ASPA redeemed shares. And ASPA made a public filing with the SEC as part of your proxy agreement. I'm not going to look it up to get the exact number. 41 ASPA had 41,000 shares extant in existence. That's it. Last week, criminals who were the two hedge funds referred to ASPA by the investment bankers. They probably got a kickback. All of this, everything on this video is my opinion. In one day, they sold 2 million shares. Maybe at a value weighted average price of $25 that did not exist. Now you talk to apologists, there's systems in place. Hey, they're good clients. They're going to locate. You know what the damnable thing is? It wasn't even apparently the 1.6 million shares issued as a guarantee against the $5 million borrowed. And in a complete violation of duty, the lawyers took half of that and the bankers took the rest. So where did these 2 million shares come from? Well, let's ask for the NOBO list. That's the answer.
There could never be any counterfeiting like you're saying. No way they could ever sell that many shares. Well, they did it. This is in ASPA. They drove that stock price down. I forget where it closed. It was 38. Maybe it closed in this range. I don't know where the low was. And then NASDAQ halted. You know why NASDAQ halted? NASDAQ halted. NASDAQ halted because there were too few shares. 41,000. You need 500,000 to be listed on the NASDAQ. Too few shares. Well, where did this 2 million come from? In the fantasy head of apologists, they say, oh, they're good clients. They can sell without locating. And they'll locate it later on. Well, that's securities fraud. That's securities fraud. So NASD halted. Okay. Friday last, apparently, unbeknownst to most, CAUD started trading. Friday, to my memory, they did 850,000 shares. Monday, they did, I don't remember. I think it was more than 800, but I'll call it 750. And then today, let's see how much the volume was. Closes at 360. And it was 350,000 shares. So adding this up, you've got 2 million shares that have traded. And to my knowledge, you guys haven't been able to sell, although somebody said they did. These shares haven't even been delivered yet. But to the fantasists, they're good clients. They'll locate it. Well, they've done 2 million here. They've driven the price. Gary Gensler, SEC, lawyers, anyone watching, they've driven the price from a high of $38 down to $360, and it's all fraud. It's all fraud. They're good clients. There's systems in place. They didn't locate, but they'll deliver. It's all okay. Well, if you want to take that side, get out of the SEC. Go get a machine gun. Join Al Capone. So combined, that's 4 million shares sold before. There might have been some delivery today. There was a press release yesterday. 4 million shares before the shares have been distributed. I don't have my shares. Where do those shares come from? They're created out of thin air. They're counterfeited. And it's okay to Gary Gensler. Why? Because it helps Goldman Sachs. Why? Because it helps the Democratic Party. Why? Because Goober Gary Gensler wants to be your Secretary of Treasury. Okay, so where are we now, Dos Equis? The stock is 360. What is that worth? Logic at 20 cents. And I know some people paid over 20 cents, but this was for the last many weeks and months, 20 cents, 22, 16, 18, 20, 19, 14, 21. So 20 cents, Logic. Where are we now? Logic, 20 cents you paid. Maybe you paid more. The shell we still haven't heard about. But using the maximum shares, the lowest estimate, trying to be conservative, the shell will reverse merger and be worth 41 cents to you as value. The shell. But where does it leave CAUD? Well, at 360, assuming you haven't already sold. It gives you a valuation of 30 cents. So in essence, what the brain trust behind ASPA and the investment bankers who were probably working for the shorts, this was an elaborate reverse split. You started at 30 cents, it went up a year, you couldn't trade, and it's back to 30 cents. So Logic that you recently could buy for 20 cents, but a lot of people paid 30. I know, 30, 28, 33. Logic for 20 cents has now become Data Logic valued at 30 cents and the potential of a shell at 41 cents. Combining these two, that's 70 cents. But Logic is trading at 8 cents right now. So it's probably better to use the trading value of Logic right now, 8 cents, rather than assuming that these keystone cops will actually get a reverse merger done. I think they will, because I think that is under the control of Brent Sun, and he is capable. But if you go with Logic right now, Logic's at the bid is 5 cents, 5. So it's a 5 cent stock. Logic is 5 cents now. So what you have on a trading basis, you have Logic that you bought, you have CAUD trading for 30 cents, and Logic trading for 5 cents. You combine that, it's 35 cents. You paid 20 cents, you got 35 cents. Now, problem is you can't sell this trade and walk away. You haven't, in a complete unfairness to retail trading, a non-level playing field, the sluices all go in favor of the criminals under Gary Gensler because Gary Gensler is criminal. You can't sell your CAUD because you haven't gotten it yet. That's one problem. Second problem is you're only going to be able, by proxy, going to be able to sell a third of your CAUD. So everybody's going to want to get out of the rest. So there's going to be an overhang. Third problem is the management at CAUD has done jack shit so far. Where the story was there was going to be 2 or 3 or 4 things lined up to roll in. There's no announcement yet. So we're left to assume, is there going to be an announcement? Are they close to getting a deal done? Will those deals still come if Brent's not running it? Because Brent's the guy with the relationships and the ability to negotiate the acquisitions of companies like Battlebridge. You have to ask yourself, if Brent's not running collective audience, what shape you're in. Because Brent is good. I don't trust any of the rest of them, including the one person that I was wrong about. But let's say Brent will be on the board, and let's say they work with Brent. Will CAUD be able to roll up, bring in 2 or 3 other companies into CAUD? Yeah, maybe. But they haven't announced it yet. So that leads me to believe those deals are not set in stone. What are the criminals going to do? I wish I could remember the name of the effing investment bank that recommended those 2 hedge funds. It would have been better never to have it done, the ASPA deal, never to have heard of those investment bankers, and never to have taken the $5 million. What did the $5 million do? It closed the deal, gave the shorts, the criminals, the opportunity to sell 4 million shares that don't exist. Rob you. I don't know, $80 million, $75 million. Under Gary Gensler, it's okay. And it doesn't make any of you upset. You give me notices like, oh, have you sold yet? And you make fun of people that get burned, because that's the human side of nature that likes to see other people in pain, as if you got away from something. You're human too, and you're being screwed by Gary Gensler too. Gary Gensler was put in by Hillary Clinton and Goldman Sachs. It's a fact, Jack. So I think what they're going to find at CAUD, I think they're going to find that the financing deals that come to them are going to be smiling faces working for shorts. And I don't think any of them, except for Brent, has the frame of mind to recognize that they're going to be stripped of their entire market cap. I mean, there's not much left. Because they signed that deal, in less than 1 week of trading, $75 million worth of market cap gone. And those CEO, the new CEO and the board members and those bankers are proud of themselves. They're cashing their checks. They just bought a new Lexus and a new vacation home and paid for their daughter's education. They're very proud of themselves, but they stole money from you. The only way they didn't steal is if they're stupid. It's possible. When you read some of their CVs, they don't have any experience in investment banking. But what they're going to find is the money that's offered to them is going to dilute you to fare thee well. So what I think is going to happen with CAUD is $1 is coming, under $1 is coming, reverse split is coming, and a treacherous financing is coming. That's, you got to face facts. That's the net. And the deals that were to be done at favorable per share ratios will get, if they even get done, will get diluted all to hell. That's what's facing CAUD because of the completely ill-advised acceptance of too little money on the advice of shitty lawyers and shitty investment bankers
from 2 criminal hedge funds who were just a front for shorts. So why wouldn't I sell CAUD now? I can't. Now when I sell CAUD, by the time I get my shares from Eastman Kodak, whatever this frickin' trading platform's called, E-Trade, maybe I get $2. Well, $2, break even for most of, let's just say my break even price is 20 cents. I think it's higher. I think it's closer to 30 cents, but let's say I bought some cheaper, bought some. Oh, actually, I think my break even is probably 28 cents. Well, so if it goes below $3, I lose money on the CAUD side, but I still have Logic trading for 5 cents. If I could have sold CAUD, as I've said before, on a level playing field, on a fair basis, let me ask you this, Gary Gensler, professor at MIT, genius, glad-hander. Why were the criminals allowed to sell? Oh, they're not criminals? They're just good clients? Okay, why were the good clients allowed to sell stock that doesn't exist from $38 down to $3 before retail even had a chance to sell a thing? Retail took the risk, Gary Gensler. Retail took the risk. Your clowns took no risk at all. Why is that a level playing field, Goober Gensler? Why does that translate to the deepest capital formation markets in the world instead of the deepest capital theft? Why is that transparent trading, Gary Gensler? Why do you even sit in the chairman's chair? So if I had an opportunity to sell my 1/3 of CAUD tomorrow, I have no idea if E-Trade is going to get the shares to me. I'm not sure that the shares have been delivered to E-Trade. But I don't have the advantages of Gary Gensler's friends. Hey, we're good clients. We can sell. We got a market maker. We can sell. We'll sort it out later. Hey, Gary, remember you told me you wanted your daughter to go to MIT? I'll get her in. Don't you worry. Don't look too close, okay? We'll have it fixed. I'm not going to sell my CAUD now. I'm not going to sell it. Why? It's gone from 38 to $3 very quickly. Or you could say it's gone from $11 to $3 very quickly. The company they apparently are unable to do it. They have a vaunted new CEO, a vaunted board, but they apparently can't get in front of their crappy attorneys' advice. But they need to come out and tell their story. What is this strategy? Where are we going from here? The shorts will punish the stock price. Absolutely, because they have the cover of 3.2 million, not just 1.6 million. If those guys don't, there's some sort of true up. If they sell under 10, they get another 1.2 million shares. No, that'll never happen. Well, it's in the document. People have to rip the illusion off their face. Wall Street is full of criminals. And Gary Gensler is in bed with the criminals. And the criminals contribute to the Democratic Party. So, what good could happen with CAUD? I don't see very much in the short run. If you can wait 6 months, a year, sure. There'll be better stories than CAUD. So I'm not advising you to hold on for 6 months or a year. Depends on what the story is, though. Does depend on that. And I reserve my right to change my mind on the longer term. But there's better, Finger's a better story. I do not see a path forward, to use that horrible term, for the management at CAUD. Through their sheer incompetence, through their complete lack of understanding, and their complicity with their buddies who were criminals. They have dug a hole that's so big for CAUD. I don't see a quick way out. The criminals, what you think 4 million's a lot of stock? By the time they're done selling, it'll be 40 million. It'll be 100 million shares that don't exist. And the apologists will say, they can't do that. There's systems in place. You think it's so easy, go do it yourself. I'm not listening to the apologists anymore. They are proven wrong in this specific case. So the shorts will keep the price down. The only thing that can make CAUD go up is if they have revenues and cash flow that all accumulatively attract institutional buying. Well, what have the shorts done? They've got the criminals. They've gotten the stock under $5, under $10. Ain't an institution that'll buy it. Why did ASPA management decide to wait before they made any announcements? You tell me. It's going to go down as one of the boneheaded decisions in their career. But it's not going to hurt them. They'll keep their Hamptons place, their Madison Avenue office, and their Central Park condo. And they'll keep the place down in Florida. You were going to struggle. So if two ways CAUD goes up. One, if they can bring in 3 or 4 companies with definitive deals that are indifferent to the destruction of the stock price the criminals will cause to break up the deals, and revenues just explode with profitability, you could see a $10, $15, $20 stock. But it will be, instead of 150 million shares, it'll be from 300 million shares. That's the hole they've dug because of stupidity. The other thing that could come in, remember, Brent's son introduced Univest to finger motion. I think Univest could destroy these 4 million shorts. Maybe it'll be 5 million by tomorrow. In half an hour. I think Univest could say, you know what, Brent, we'll provide some new money to you. In fact, we've got a portfolio company we'd like to bring into the deal. And you have those 4 companies you're talking to. Let's roll this all up into a $25 million offering. We've got the lead investor. We'll take the rest. And before the end of the year, you'll be a brand new company and your stock will be $20 a share. Univest could do that. And I think it could, there's no evidence other than I think Brent is a fighter. I think Brent has a lot of talent and people that companies he's brought together. He's got to get rid of all these thinkers that tell him, don't worry, it's just the no-bo list. It's just, don't worry. Brent has been robbed. You have been robbed by smiling faces that set up an ASPA and then investment bankers that introduced their so-called friends that stripped 75 million at least in market value from your company, and you don't care. You'd rather go home and go, oh well, yeah, that Brent guy, he's terrible. Yeah, he's terrible. Do. Well, I'm not going to go away. I just lost a shitload of money, a shitload, and I'm pissed off. If you don't notice, and I think every single one of them up there, except for Brent, should be fired. And I think the lawyers should regurgitate their fees. The investment bankers should regurgitate their fees. And if not, they should be questioned by the SEC, FINRA, and NASDAQ. I think the lawyers should be questioned by the Bar Association. So Dos Equis, I think CAUD is going down. The shorts are going to continue to dilute. Now we know of 4 million shares, but this is the big bang. We can see it at the beginning. If we follow volume every day, we'll see the fraud. The apologists will say, no. You're wrong. You got to get off this shorting. They would never let that happen. If you look at the volume, if you look at FINRA, you don't see when they deliver. You know what I say to all that? Bullshit. This system is robbing you blind. This was a beautiful company, beautiful revenues, a beautiful place to roll up 4 or 5 companies. Great management under Brent's son. And what? Because of a bad mindset, trust of criminals, all of your hard work, all of your risk went to men, and they're all men, and you could probably subdivide it even further, which I won't take the risk of doing. Other than they seem to believe they're chosen for this career. They stripped all of that out with no risk. The SEC's not going to go after them. NASDAQ's not going to go after them. And now management has to start at $3 or $2 to tell their story when management should have been telling their story at $20 or $30. That's not management. That's walk out the door, give up your bonuses, give up your stock, just leave. So I think the path ahead for CAUD is sub $1 and the threat of being kicked off of NASDAQ and reverse split. What can change that? What can change that? Because that's the game plan of the shorts. But we're not going away, and I know Brent's not going away. What can change that is if the lawyers regurgitate half their fees, and if the so-called investment bankers regurgitate half their fees, give them to the company, that would change it like that. Anti-dilutive. Second thing, if Brent's able to raise some money in a non-dilutive way, I think he can. Of course, people are going to want shares. And now instead of at $10 or $20, it'll be at $1.20 a share. But still, I think Brent can raise friendly money. That would be good. So number one, regurgitation of fees. 2, raising friendly money. 3, announcing the 2 or 3 or 4 roll-ups that are going to come in. Those 3 things start happening, good things can happen. The criminals will still stuck because they have the protection. They have the cover of Gary Gensler, and they have the cover of this crappy financing that was put in place. But a 4th thing would be if somehow they could get that financing eliminated. That would be a 4th thing. Now, all of this is going to take at least 90 days. At least 90 days. But if that could all be worked out in conjunction with Univest, man, you could have a monster. You could have a monster. Data Logic is an AI platform that generates revenue, whether or not you're awake, taking a piss, eating dinner, or you're conked out after a long squawk. So you've got revenue coming. You've got these steps they could do. But I think the near term for CAUD is going to be hard. If I get a chance to sell, I'm not going to sell. I'm going to write a letter to E-Trade, and I'm going to threaten a lawsuit. I'm going to write a letter to NASD. I'm going to threaten a lawsuit. I'm going to write a letter to the investment bankers and the lawyers and ASPA, telling them to regurgitate, or I'll threaten a lawsuit. But there is no reason for Data Logic and CAUD to be sitting here in such dire straits other than the greed and the avarice of the ASPA team and the investment bankers and the 2 hedge funds that they introduced. And the lawyers taking everything they could. There's no wonder that 98% of the lawyers ruin the reputation of the rest of them. So anyway, that's CAUD, Dos Equis. So if I go back to these numbers, I think CAUD, because of the financing, the maximum value was 76 cents. I think currently it's trading at 30 cents. Those guys will drive this down. They'll drive it down. They'll drive it down. So Brent has to come out swinging and fighting, ignore his attorneys, suing, filing, discovery, and game plan that moves lickety split, and I'll help him every step of the way. But this is going to get worse before it gets better. Why wouldn't I sell? I can't sell. I can't. Would I sell tomorrow if I could? My answer, it's 50-50. Because if Brent takes action, he can ride CAUD up. I don't think it gets back to 10 ever again in its life. That's the damage done by amateurs and people who believe that these men that they met at a club somewhere are friends with them. They're all forked-tongued liars. All right, so what happens to Logic, which is now 5 cents? Logic is 5 cents. I think Logic does go back to 20 cents. I think they announce the reverse merger candidate. If I were Brent, I'd do it tomorrow. But of course, his lawyers are going to say, you better wait while we check our navels for the next 6 weeks, and we can run up our fees, and we can make sure you're not violating anything because we're good attorneys. who kill every deal we see. The arrogance of attorneys, that they deserve $1,500 an hour and they kill deals. And on top of it, they don't have the judgment that God gave them. How do you recommend taking that $5 million financing? Anyway, Logic's 5 cents. I expect this to go lower until Brent announces the reverse merger candidate. I think this could go to a penny. I'm not going to sell though, because a couple reasons. One, I'm not sure that NASDAQ and the company, even the lawyers who can cut paper things over, I don't think they followed the rule on the record date. So I expect NASDAQ or the SEC to come back and establish a new record date. It's a possibility. So I don't want to sell my Logic and then be caught without it. I could sell at 5 cents, buy it back at 2 cents, double my position. Yeah, well, I'm not going to do that. I think they're going to announce the reverse merger. And if there's only one person in the whole team worth his weight, and that's Brent's son. And I think Brent will announce. He's got to stop listening to his board, stop listening to his lawyers, and most of all, stop listening to these fakers, these pretenders that are just fronts for the shorts. This is going to reverse merge into a NASDAQ stock. It'll become a NASDAQ stock. It'll, as I told you, be a big boy, not a major one. So I think you're going to have a chance to see what an announcement. Hey, we're going to reverse merger into FedEx Kinko's. I may obviously making it up, and the value to us is 40 cents a share. And you'll see if the shorts in Logic shall have to start covering. You may see it go to 40 cents. You may see it go to $1 before they're done. My guess is it goes to 20 cents. I think I'd get out at 20 cents if it runs up. I think I'll just break even on Logic. Maybe it depends on how the trading goes, but I'll be out of Logic. Shell. Why? Because whatever company they put in here, I don't know who the management is. I don't know who their attorneys are. I don't know who their investment bankers are. But my guess is all of them have never heard of criminal counterfeit short selling on Wall Street. They still believe Gary Gensler's bullshit, which is what it is. So I don't want to be in it long term. I'm out of Logic long term. But I hopefully will have that chance to get out. On the side of CAUD, it will depend on the steps that Brent takes over the next couple of weeks. I'm not interested in anybody else on the board. They're all completely incompetent. They had a year to roll this out, and this is the shit they did. Get rid of all of them, every single one of them. But Brent, if Brent comes out with a story and he tells me how a CAUD is going to roll this up in Data Logic, and I bet he brings in Univest, well, you got me listening, boy, and I might be able to do something then. But until then, CAUD is going to go back under $1 because they want to reverse split it for because of the NASDAQ listing. The criminals are in control of your government, your SEC, and of Logic CAUD right now. I'm gonna fight with every bit of my body, and I'm gonna help Brent with everything I can do to get out of this. But my advice, I guess, boils down to you're on your own on CAUD if you haven't sold it yet. Personally, I'm not going to sell CAUD, even if it goes to $1. I'll try to buy more. Logic, I'm not selling now.
because I expect they're going to announce that reverse merger candidate. I don't think it'll be definitive, number one. I don't think it'll be immediately effective, number two. Those are your risks. But guess what? The shorts can sell another 200 million shares. Doesn't matter. The company is a shell. So whether they start with 50 million shares, a billion shares, that doesn't change the valuation to us. Doesn't change anything. I'm very disappointed in Logic, and it just goes to show you that a bunch of people around a conference desk sharing their CVs and their great accomplishments, and I went to school here and I did that, doesn't add up to anything if they don't know how to build a company. They don't know how to fight short sellers. And they actually believe lawyers know what the fuck they're talking about. And they actually believe the investment bankers are on their side. If they're screwed up that way, you're not going to win. All right, Dos Equis, that's my answer on that. Let me see if there's any more questions. One was the cutoff to buy Logic to get the dividends. Apparently it was if you go to OTC markets, and my contention is that they violated the rules. They violated the rules. That's my contention. It was bad strategy because there was no buying demand, which they could have created. But it was also, I think, completely illegal. Now, apparently the attorneys can cover that up because attorneys lie. Not all attorneys, obviously. But if you go to OTC markets, and you shouldn't have to do this, CJ Yukon, you shouldn't have to do this. You go to OTC markets and you type in Logic, and you go down, then you have to type. You go there, then you have to type here security details. Then you scroll down. You see they have 147 million. You go down and you see that the ex-dividend on 11/3, the ex date, November 3rd of the dividend, you see the record date of 10/24. And the vote happened on the 23rd. So if you bought shares on the 23rd, as I did, I don't know how you would have known this, but it's T+2, so you miss. I think that was securities fraud right there. And I think that in and of itself, because you're distributing more than 25% or whatever the number is of the company, I think that could be reversed in the future. Just my opinion. But this is in the hurry to get screwed. That's how groupthink goes. Oh, we better hurry. And I just thought of it. There was a guy that asked me about the reverse split, and I went through it, and I explained to him why I thought it was a bad idea. Maybe he was right. But look, Logic the shell is going to be a NASDAQ company. It's going to be a NASDAQ company that's worth $500 million to $1 billion.
I just did that by reverse arithmetic. So we'll own 12%, 10%, 15% of $1 billion company, give or take. Maybe take is more in time. And it's NASDAQ. And the shorts won't be able to destroy Logic once that's announced. So I'm not selling my Logic shell because I think Brent's going to act. I think he's going to announce that reverse merger. I have no information to that effect, but that's what I would do. And as I said, it's going to depend on the management of the new company, who their investment bankers are, and are they in need of capital? Are they going to be corrupted by the criminal Gary Gensler stock market? I have my concerns. However, if when we look at it, the team looks good, the overpaid wankers are bona fide, and the company doesn't need capital, there's a revenue growth, and management is willing to tell a story, unlike the current management you have at ASPA. Why the silence? Silencio. Why? Okay. Anyway, who knows? Who knows? It could be a good long-term hold. But for the time being, I'm not selling Logic, and my intent is take advantage of any time it goes up. But remember, it's going to be a 50-for-1 split. That split will go into effect, I think, same time the deal's announced. So what are the criminals going to do then? So we'll see. But no diamond hands for sure. On CAUD, it's just been straight down. The company hasn't told their story. I don't know why. But if they do, you could see CAUD go up. If CAUD gets above 10, 15, 20, I'd be reluctant to tell you to hold on for the long term. If it doesn't get up there and it's only in the 3 to 5 range, I might tell you just to hold on till you see those higher prices. But my instinct on CAUD is take advantage of any rally, get your third of the stock off the table, take some money off the table, and the good news will wait for our 2/3 that are left. That's kind of how I see it. This has been such a shit show. And you remember how upset I got months ago when I saw that financing. You remember it. I'm not going to say I was right. I was wrong to get upset. But whose predictive theory is correct? The guy that worked on the American Stock Exchange and says, they never do it. There's systems in place. They'll settle it up. Those numbers aren't real. Is his predictive abilities winning out? Or the schmo like me who said, shit, that's a toxic financing. They're going to destroy the company. Whose predictor was better? I can't understand why the company didn't manage announcements better than this. They had a year. I can't understand why the vaunted lawyers who took $2.5 million out, why were not they on the phone to the SEC? Because they're talentless lawyers. Talentless. They just are here to screw companies, not to help shareholders. Screw every one of you attorneys.
You want an update on the GTII dividend? GTII issued 6 months ago, approximately 6.5 months ago, a restricted dividend. They had had such a good success issuing a special dividend as a warrant until Lou Bravo, Frank Benedetto, and the Greek CEO wooed everyone away and popped the bubble. I'm sure they did it for free. But it was working. The stock GTI collapsed. It remained under renewed short selling. So the board went back to the drawing board and said, you know what, let's try to do another special dividend. They issued 1 restricted share for every 10. Now, companies like Fidelity, who were paying 1,000% before Frank Benedetto had the great idea that that's not going to work, come over here. And Lou Bravo, though the company's not talking to me. But you can't prove it. Can't prove it. And by the way, it's a self-fulfilling call. If you pop the bubble, the air goes out. Self-fulfilling. So Fidelity was paying 1,000%. Wells Fargo took away the buy button. Everyone else was slow walking. So what does that mean to you, DM425 investor? That means these brokerage firms could claim a year ago, we didn't know. They can't claim that anymore. They had lawyers looking at it, compliance officers looking at it. They put out memoranda. They slow walked it. They were borrowing stock at 1,000%. The stock was in the middle of a squeeze. Now, when they face that same option, what's their option, DM425 investor? Their option now is, let's just stuff the account with fake shares and hope no one notices. 1. 2, to delay, lie, manipulate, tell you to move it, tell you to talk to the company, buy time. 3, go out and buy the shares. We'll find out what they do. That's my only update on the GTII dividend. The shares are no longer restricted. If your brokerage firm gives you shares, you know they're counterfeit, or most of them, they're breaking the law. West Christian will come in and subpoena records. That'll take 6 months, 9 months. But it'll be in black and white. Or someone will out there with balls will say, let's not violate the rules. Let's buy this in. That's the whole thing, DM425 investor. And I'm sure I'll have to update the GTI dividend again tomorrow. They're in the process of removing the legend. Yes, that should be a fairly quick process. They should remove the legend. You'll be able to trade your shares. You're going to end up with an electronic entry, black and white, that's counterfeit. There's a price next to it, and your portfolio will have a value. You'll be able to sell them. The poor sucker that bought them will get a failed to deliver, failed to locate, but you'll get your cash. And that's what will happen. And unless somebody, which I think will be West Christian, follows up, the brokerage firms will commit securities fraud, but it'll all be in black and white. That's the whole thing on that. You need to buy it in the market. The rest of the shares from owning it, but these shares are not legally available yet. Yeah, I think buying CAUD is a good strategy as a trade. I think buying CAUD, and it may not, but if it were to go down to $1 or $2 toward the end of the year, I think it'd be a great trade.
But I think buying CAUD in the open market is the counterintuitive move. It's the one that probably will have the snapback, and it's the one that will have Brent Sun on your side. And I think he's going to act. I think he's going to act. Why is T worth $15 with shit fundamentals compared to Finger? T. AT&T? I guess because AT&T is a kick-ass telecom company. But I don't know anything about what T really is. My guess is T did not sign a toxic convertible note from Lynn Partners and Jeff Easton. And then Jeff Easton and his band he conducts, they started selling Finger. I don't know, Bear, do I have to say all this? They sold 6 million shares short. The stock went up to 9 before that troika came in. But at the same time, as it went up, in a space of 10 days, Lynn Partners and all their buddies sold 100 million shares, driving it down. That didn't exist. To my eye, they've never covered that. In the last 3 or 4 or 5 months, they've sold another 100 million shares that don't exist. Whatever T is, I don't think T is under that kind of attack. But if you can't see that, I don't even know why I get upset. I don't even, you know what it is, Bears Criminals? T is a great company and Finger is a piece of shit. That's what it is. We are fighting fraud on such a massive scale that it's probably bigger than all of but 3 or 4 countries in the world. Gary Gensler allows it because he's a pussy. FINRA is just a tick on the back of the SEC. NASDAQ and over-the-counter markets are just smiling faces punching their time cards. And your brokerage firms are all complicit. And Maxine Waters went from nothing to being beautifully rich because she's bought out. Nancy Pelosi is bought out. And you ask that question because T is not under attack. The thing that gives cover to the shorts the thing that gives protection to the shorts is when ASPA signs a loan. Here's your loan certificate. You give us $5 million, and we get immediately tradable 1.6 million shares. Plus, we can go true up another 1.5 million. We can trade those anytime at our own discretion, so we can put your company at risk. And if we don't get out at the right time and the stock goes down, we can keep selling. We're protected because we have all of the assets of your $120 million company. But here, now that you've given me that loan, I'll give that loan to Bear Stearns Prime Brokerage. I'll Xerox it. I'll give a copy of that loan. Those shares, sorry. Now that I've given you the money, I have the promissory note that converts into shares. I'll give a copy to Bear Stearns. I'll give a copy to Merrill Lynch. I'll give a copy to Jeffries. I'll give a copy to my lawyers do it. They'll all look like original. And the lawyers, they're not lying. They're just duplicating. They're triplicating. They're multiplying it by 10. And all of a sudden I have 10 or 15 prime brokers that think when they take my sell orders, they're protected by this crap piece of paper because it's been mimeographed 15, 20 times. That's what goes on. That's what Gary Gensler allows. So anyway, why is T worth $15 with shit fundamentals compared to Finger? They haven't come around to attack it yet, but they'll get there. They'll get there. The restricted was April 15th. I think okay, maybe that was the record date. I think the distribution date was the 29th then, or the X date was the 29th. Some date at the end of April was the Gensler's not going to be replacing Gensler with Virginia Countrywide. She wears a size 0, but in Asia you could fit 3 women in it. She'll do the beck and calling of Goldman Sachs. Remember, everyone believes that the people running Goldman Sachs are geniuses. Everyone believes that people, SAC. Look, I have a book. I guess it's on the shelf. Black Edge. Cohen's a criminal, but he owns the Mets. We reward criminality in this country. By the way, everything I'm saying is in my own opinion and my own judgment. I'll try to go through these quickly. I'm not sure about that. I'm sure that's true, everything you say, but I'm not sure they haven't run out of appeals. That's what I would expect. But I hope you're right, Hawkeye. That's awesome. All right. Stony Bones. I go off on a whiny rant. I did not call Finger a piece of shit. I did not call Finger a piece of shit. Rewind it. I did not call Finger a piece of shit. I called CAUD. I don't even think I called CAUD a piece of shit. I think I called management of ASPA untalented, but I don't accept your word, Stony Bones. I did not call Finger a piece of shit. I didn't even talk about Finger.
Call from Andy. Call from Andy.
You're on.
Hey everyone, again, I'm just going to the garbage dump to get rid of my cardboard. And I was calling William to ask how the call went and what he thought. He said it went well. I just wanted to give everybody, there's so much information from Pete and Philly, Mark Bazile, Susan Trimbath, everyone's saying so much about naked short selling, which I'm thrilled. Everyone's doing their homework on it and it just educating themselves on it. And don't fall into any traps. These small companies can't control the manipulation. They don't even know what to do. And I was explaining it to my wife about AMC and GameStop. And I told her that some people were upset. And I'm like, when a stock goes up that much, you have to take some money off the table. No ifs, ands, or buts. No matter how high you think it's going to go. I don't care if it's Apple Computer. A lady I lived near bought Apple Computer at $20-something. I don't even know how many times it split, but she became a millionaire from holding on to it. And her name was Eileen. And I said, Eileen, were you in a coma? How could you hold on to it for that long without looking at it? And she said, I just figured it was a good company. That was her research. So again, do your homework on these things. You never know when they're going to go. You know, I think they're going high. You may say, I think it's going low. Everyone has a different opinion. But make sure you protect yourself and your family at all costs. That's number one. You can always come back and learn and pick on a new stock or figure something else out. Do your homework. And remember, these small companies that we're following, they always come back with something. You never know. It's like candid camera for your older people here. When you least expect it, that's when it happens. All right, so pay attention. Also, Richard, it's not legal advice. I just saw that Alpine was we finally got a win against Alpine. Alpine was pitching a perfect game. Now they lost. I don't know exactly what it was. I didn't get a chance to read it. But I'm sure Richard will do something about it later. He'll do a report on it later. But again, things take time. Alpine's going down. They I don't even understand why they were trying to take on the regulators. When you get busted like that bad, you figured you would just go hide and get the hell away. They stole probably $1 billion over the years. All their money's in the Cayman Islands. Why would the criminals keep coming back? That just shows you how sick they are, and they think it's free money. That's how sick these individuals are. That prime broker like Alpine, Scottsdale, all those guys out there, they run around, stole $1 billion. Who the hell knows how much? They destroyed everything, and they want more. Think how sick that, I mean, to me, it's totally insane. How many banks you want to rob before you think you're going to get caught? I think they know they were busted, and the only way out of it is trying to attack the regulators, hoping that they would, get lost in whatever the hell you're throwing at them and forget about you. That's the only thing I think they're trying to do. It's like a move a child would make. All right. But remember, the stocks we're following, they don't go away. Things happen. You got to pay attention. All right, William, I'll let everyone go on that.
All right.
Go to the garbage dump. And
Thank you.
Have a good night, and I'll speak to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Call ended.
I said, and I will restate now, I think Finger's the only stock that you're looking at that has a chance of an explosive move at any minute. And I think Finger also is a stock you can hold for the long term. And to repeat myself from many calls, I think it could go to $30 or $100 on fundamentals alone. On fundamentals alone. So Stoney, I don't know where you heard that whatever. I'll leave it alone. Yeah, I wish I could take Proc. They never let you sell. That's exactly right. Please talk GTII and Finger. We talked about GTII's dividend. Ham spent an hour talking about Finger. I can go through, if you want, all the pluses and minuses in each stock, but you've heard that before. And I'm not going to do it. I don't have the tolerance for it. I think Finger
goes up when Univest decides it goes up. Until then, there'll be selling. Ricky, you might not have been on, but Ham said that he thinks there'll be some sort of corporate action by the 17th. I remember hearing a rumor that they could do a special dividend, but I have no facts on that, and I have no further detail. They've announced the lawsuit against Capybara and proceeding on that. There could be more there. Lurking in the background on Finger is that Univest and Finger released on September 11th an S1, S3, S2, S4, whatever the hell, for $300 million. And they approved a subcontract for $25 million. They put out a release. They don't intend to raise money at these levels. But why is Univest around? Who knows? Why is it $300 million? Who knows? Could it be they're going to work on a joint venture? Could it be that Univest, who is a $150 billion Chinese investment bank, is connected with the Chinese government? Could it be that Finger's connected with the Chinese government in some way because they have relationships with three of the top Chinese telecoms, China Telecom, China Unicom, and China Mobile? Maybe. Could it be Pacific Re, Munich Re, our clients, one or both of Univest? I don't know. Could it be a bunch of investment bankers at a $150 billion firm looking at the growth potential of Sapientis data, big data? Just look up SNOW. But they're looking at it and they're saying, hey, what if we got one of these insurance companies to invest in Finger? We can make an investment banking fee, and we could induce some of our high net worth in Chinese investors to come along. We'd make more fees. We could start a fund, and it would be good for Finger because they could move their data mining and insurance business forward in China. Maybe it's a $300 million deal. It's all speculation. September 11th, November 11th. It's a long time to wait. In the 20-minute, hurry, I ordered my food. I want it delivered right away. I ordered my computer. I want it in 2 hours. That's not how China works. It's not how Wall Street works. It's not how big organizations work. So you probably have a ticking time bomb with Univest with a $300 million shelf registration and Finger. It's Finger's shelf registration, but they're out there. When is it going to happen? When? Does it happen before the 17th? Well, it didn't happen in June, didn't happen in July, didn't happen in August, didn't happen in September, didn't happen in October. I'm not going to predict that it's going to happen in November. The shorts are in control right now until they're not in control again. Univest is not working to help us. They're not going to work on our time scale. So, Ricky, in terms of Finger, I would use these times now to accumulate, to buy stock. I would not buy November calls unless you know what you're doing. I wouldn't buy December calls unless you know what you're doing. Would I go out to February? Maybe, yeah, maybe. But it's better just to buy the stock on Finger. There's nothing to talk about with GTII. Nothing. We've talked about Alpine, but they'll buy time. They'll buy time. Legal process is slow.
you know all the stories around GTI, Ricky. I'm not going to go through them. We haven't heard anything on the mining deal, but that's still out there, but we haven't heard anything. Haven't heard anything on the FBI. Haven't heard anything about NSCC, FINRA, or SEC buying anybody in. They're not going to. They're not going to. So what's the story with GTII? Very little. Very little. However, if finger goes, and that's the stock right now. I don't know how Stony Bones misinterpreted. I made it clear in the beginning. I'll make it clear again. There's only one stock to focus on now, and that's finger. Does it take many months? Sure, it could take many months. I went through CAUD and Logic because I've been asked so much, and they suck. So I talked about them. Of those two, I'd buy Logic right now, but I might also buy CAUD for a trade. Both. I think Logic goes up as soon as the reverse merger is announced. I think CAUD goes up as soon as Brent puts his pistols on and walks into the bar room. I think he's going to fight, and it's going to go up. Then those are trades. You get out when you want. On GTII, I see no reason for GTII to go up. Zero reason for GTII to go up unless finger goes first. I see 1,000 points of light for finger to go up. If tomorrow Univest were to announce, I've said this before, Stony Bones, if Univest were to announce that they've worked a merger arrangement, a joint venture arrangement, whereby Finger and China CNOC, China National Oil Company, are going to become partners on the new technological breakthrough in drilling for oil, and we're putting up 300 million. The Chinese government's putting up 100. Obviously, I'm making it up. But what has changed since September 11th, when Finger Motion filed a $300 million shelf registration naming Univest? What has changed? Do you think Univest, an investment bank, is going to just let that sit on the shelf? So, Ricky, I think it's useless talking about GTI right now. I think it's completely beneficial talking about Finger. And the blessing is when Finger goes, GTII will go. GTII is not being ignored. The market has told you for 6 months somebody's buying Finger. Ham just said today the shorts are in trouble in Finger. He thinks the shorts are in trouble in GTII. Alpine violated the cease and desist order 36,000 times in a year. Yet nothing happens, because nothing does happen when Gary Gensler is around. So I just think GTII is on hold, but it's a time bomb. If Finger goes, GTII is going to go. Where do you think Ham's going to go next after Finger? He only knows 2 stocks. Where's he going to go next? That's all I have to say on those two. How many shares of Finger do I think Ham owns? Why do you think that's an appropriate question to ask me? How many do you own, Coriander? How many shares do I think he owns? I think he owns as many shares as he can. How high do you think GTII will go? Right now, I don't think there's any impetus for GTII right now. But I think once GTII starts running up, I think sellers will come in at $1, at $1.50, at $2, $2.50, $3, $4, $5, $6, $7. There's a lot of people that bought GTII as it ran up and then got burned when Lou Bravo, Frank Benedetto, and the Greek from COSM popped the bubble. Now, would it have popped anyway? Maybe. But the squeeze was on. Those people, as soon as they hit break even, they're going to sell. Now, then the question is that enough to stop GTII from running? I don't think so. But if you talk to somebody who does not come from the Tom Ronk school, there's no short position in GTII. If you talk to Tom Ronk, the last number, according to him, is 400 million. How high, Pete, do you think a stock will go when there's only 50 million shares outstanding and there's 400 million to cover? I think it'll go damn high in a spike. I think it'll go damn high. But the first thing GTII has to get through is tax loss selling and continued pressure this year. The second thing is it has to get through, if Finger runs, the same people will come into GTII. It has to get through the selling as people break even. And that's going to happen, I think, $2, $3, $4, $5 a share. Then it has to get through the lawsuits at Alpine. So Alpine has to buy in, or somebody buys in stock at GTII. Once that happens, you can name your number. I'm going to guess it goes 8, 13, 21, 54, 89, 144, and then it's on its way to 989 or whatever that number is, and possibly 1,500, 2,500 in a spike. No GTI dividend shares at your broker is that big. Yeah, it could be big. It could be big if they have to start buying in. But I haven't seen any evidence of buying in happening. But that is the goal, is to cause the brokerage firms to do the job, the securities laws and the SEC. Settle. Can I guess your weight? 5 minutes maximum. Then you book. I don't know why they haven't said anything. I'm too sarcastic. Oh, that's well then. I guess Stony Bones is as tired as I am and as worn out as I am. I thought it was pretty obvious I was being sarcastic. I think I don't know what T is. I have no idea what T is, but I think Finger is a fantastic company. Do I have to go through it again? Stony Bones?
break even, cash flow positive, earnings kicking ass, 6 engines. Oh God, I just don't want to do it. It hurts me so much. Top up China, gateway to the online shopping malls where they collect a fee. The Netflix of Southeast Asia they just bought. The big data, which is bigger than snow in the world's largest economy. You're getting in on insurance in the world's largest economy as if it's a fourth world country, but it's the world's largest economy. And you're going in with Pacific Re and Munich Re. $5G coming. So 5G, they're developing the rich content, the RCS, whatever, where you get streaming, rich content, RCS, rich content streaming for business and media. That's how businesses communicate. Fee. And you get Apple Care, $100 a year, 25% goes into the pocket of Finger, and it's mandatory, no option. You have to buy it. I've heard 3 billion phones in China. So if Stony Bones thought that I was saying that T is great and Finger's not even going to say it again, I'm afraid he's going to misunderstand. Finger is a fantastic company. It's under attack. And according to Ham, there's 200 million shares naked counterfeited. According to a guy that works at the American Stock Exchange, there's no way there's anything like that at all. Maybe 10 million. So you pick your poison. 10 million, 200 million. Somebody's fighting like hell to keep the stock down. And they're selling shares that don't exist. There's 22 million shares at the DTCC. There's one group of guys owns 15 million. If you believe Dan Borders, he owns a bunch. I don't believe him. So let's leave him off. There's other groups of investors. You can quickly get to 17, 20 million. That's not selling, not lending out. That leaves 2 million. But somehow they sold 100 million shares over the last, they must have just churned that high speed. The guy from the American Stock Exchange. Just flip it over and over again. No, get the Nobo list. It'll show on the Nobo list. Well, look what they did to my song, Ma. Look what they've done to my song. Look at CAUD, ASPA. Get the Nobo list for last week. Should be easy. 40,000 shares. And they've traded over 4 million. Let's get the Nobo list. That should prove it up. How do I turn, Amy, how do I turn on closed captions? I'll be glad to. I'll be glad to. I'll be glad. I don't know how to do it, but let me look under settings. I'll write that down, Amy. Amy, what you gonna do? I think that I'm in love with you for a while, maybe longer, if I could. Amy. All right, close caption. I'm writing that down. Hopefully I remember. I'm writing it down. All right, I think You sold at 6? Wow, Ryan, I love that. I would be tempted to get back in now. It's 3 something and double my position. There's no guarantee it'll go to 1 or 2. I'm telling you, that's what the criminals are trying to do. They're trying to get it below $1 because that's the requirement to stay on the NASDAQ. I wouldn't wait. I'd buy tomorrow morning. I'm telling you, I think Brent's going to come out swinging, and there's a run in CAUD. All we've seen is counterfeiting, criminal selling, failed to locate. We've seen securities fraud on a big scale, massive scale. They have access to so-called market makers, which we don't have. But it'll snap back. It'll snap back. There's a trade in there, Ryan. You don't have to. I just told you to double your position. That's the risk taker in me. Just buy your original position back and take that extra money and maybe buy some finger. All right, let's see if there's any more comments. Okay, I do understand. Thank you. When finger squeezes, I doubt that Ham will play the fool and hold everything until the stock is $1,000. You think he'll wait? He's a trader with a D, trader. So no, I don't think he'll be on Forbes. That's great, Ryan. Good for you, Silver Minecart. I had to go in for my eye yesterday, and sorry, it's this eye, but they did both. I couldn't see a thing until all day. I couldn't see anything. So I'm still feeling like I can't see that well, and I can't see anything with this eye. But I think it transferred to this eye. So I was having a hard time reading it, but I think that's great. Tesla's awesome. I told a friend of mine, Stoney, in London, to sell his Tesla. He didn't listen to me, thank God, because that just kept going. That just kept going up and up and up. I know you own finger. I can't remember a single thing I said bad about finger other than the only caution I have on finger is we have to wait for Univest. It's just a fact. Until Univest goes, and then in one of their grunts, the banker on the other says, "Thank you." And then we're done. But it's like reading tea leaves. Finger is not, the shorts have gotten, in my judgment, it's only my judgment, they've gotten the pressure down on finger. I agree with Ham. The heat is on the shorts, but I think they've got it sort of under control. The group that will make the difference until earnings could make a huge difference next time. Or if there's a big announcement, they distribute one of their 6 channels as a special dividend. These things could have an impact on a stock that's over $5.
But when? By the 17th? I mean, it's, I don't know. It's the only negative thing I said. Otherwise, I've been totally positive on Finger. Yeah, AT&T. That's what I said originally. Is it AT&T? But I'm not sure AT&T trades anymore. But maybe it does. Yeah, AT&T. I think it's $15 because I have AT&T for my phone. Every time I go in, they get my bill down, and as soon as I leave, it's back up to $350 a month. Thinking of that, I should probably switch. To somebody other than AT&T. AT&T is held in a lot of portfolios, so that's probably why they can't short it down. I have no idea if he's a big holder. I think Ham has to be considered a control or a insider maybe, because I'm not sure he's an insider though, because I don't think he's privy to the first phone calls and data. I think he has to wait for material information like the rest of us. But he speaks to everybody. He controls so many investors. Controls is probably the wrong word too. But okay, I'm going to go back down. Ham said on the call 70% short today. Dozier says 69. Well, that's the one thing. If you listen to Ham, his ability to see the market and think, remember, I guess I should say, and then quote and think in patterns and all that, it's incredible. That's not the first time Ham has called it. Well, I need advice. You know, my head is pounding, and I haven't felt well for almost 3 weeks, and I lose my temper. Look, answering these questions is about as not all of them, a lot of them are. But some of these questions, it's about as interesting as reading Wind in the Willows. Or the Gulag Archipelago, 2 books I could never finish. And I lose it sometimes. I also get look, the bottom line of my frustration, and maybe I can find it in here. It might not be on this page. It might be on something else. And if it's something else, I'm not going to find it right away. But let me see if I can. Okay, I'll read this to you. And there's apologists out there who don't mind if their portfolio is completely destroyed by securities fraud. The commission adopted Rule 201 of Regulation Show in 2010. Rule 201 restricts the price
at which short sales may be affected when a stock has experienced significant downward pressure. Basically, if it's down, keep selling, boys. Rule 201 is designed to prevent short selling. Not while I'm here, guys, including potentially manipulative or abusive short selling. No worries here from the chairman's desk, from driving down further the price of a security that has already experienced significant intraday price decline. Have you ever noticed any of these rules to have any effect at all? And to facilitate the ability of long sellers to sell first. Did you notice that in ASPA and CAUD? This is all bullshit. The SEC is full of crap. And to facilitate the ability of long sellers to sell first upon a decline. Reg shows four general requirements are summarized below. This is part of the systems in place. Rule 200. Marking requirements. Rule 200 requires that orders you place with your broker-dealer must be marked long, short, or short exempt. That's the first thing. Rule 201, short sale price test circuit breaker. Bullshit. Rule 201 generally requires trading centers to establish, maintain, and enforce written policies and procedures that are reasonably designed to prevent the execution or display of a short sale at an impermissible price when a stock has triggered a circuit breaker by experiencing a price decline of at least 10% in one day. When have you ever seen that? When have you ever seen that? I agree with you, never. Once the circuit breaker in Rule 201 has been triggered, the price test restriction will apply to short sale orders in that security for the remainder of the day and the following day, unless an exception applies, and we all know the exception, unless it helps Goldman Sachs. All right, number 3, Rule 203, B1 and 2. Locate requirement. Hear this clearly. Regulation show requires a broker-dealer to have reasonable grounds to believe that the security can be borrowed so that it can be delivered on the date delivery is due before effecting a short sale order in any ended equity security. This locate must be made and documented prior to effecting the short sale. So when people in the suite up top give out a note to the criminals and the criminals mimeograph it and hand it out to every prime broker they use as if it's the original, their attorneys, knowing they're lying, argue, hey, this gives us reasonable grounds to believe the security can be borrowed. And nobody looks any closer. But the problem is this can't be borrowed in time. So that it can be delivered on the date delivery is due. It's lawyers covering up for liars and liars pretending to be investment bankers. Then the fourth thing is 204. And listen to this clearly. The closeout requirement. Rule 204 requires brokers and dealers who are participants of a registered clearing agency to take action to close out failure to deliver positions. When do you ever see it?
Closing out requires the broker or dealer to purchase or borrow securities of like kind and quantity. The participant must close out a failure to deliver for a short sale transaction. Wait for it, Ringo, ba-rum-bum-bum, by no later than the beginning of regular trading hours on the settlement day following the settlement date. So you're talking about the next day after settlement? The participant must close out a failure to deliver for a short sale transaction by no later than the beginning of regular trading hours on the settlement day following the settlement date. If a participant has a failure to deliver that the participant can demonstrate on its books and records resulted from a long sale, or that is attributable to bona fide market making activities, the participant must close out the failure to deliver by no later than the beginning of regular trading hours on the third consecutive settlement day following the settlement date. So the first sentence sounds like the next day. The second sentence sounds like you have 3 days. This is on the SEC website. I'm sure they read it. If the position is not closed out, the broker or dealer or any broker or dealer for which it clears transactions, for example, the introducing broker, may not effect further short sells in that security without borrowing or entering into a bona fide agreement to borrow the security. This is known as pre-borrowing requirement. Until the broker dealer purchases shares to close out the position and the purchase clears and settles. Like I've always told you, there's systems in place. In addition, Rule 203(b)(3) of Regulation Show requires that participants of a registered clearing agency must immediately purchase shares to close out failures to deliver in securities with large and persistent failures to deliver, referred to as threshold securities. You've heard of those, but has anything ever happened? If the failures to deliver to persist for 13 consecutive settlement days. So wait a minute. They had 1 day, then they had 3, and now it's 13 days. Okay. So the more you read these cop asleep rules, the more you realize there's no rule here at all. Threshold securities are equity securities that have an aggregate failed to deliver position for 5 consecutive settlement days at a registered clearing agent. So wait a minute. You failed to settle. I guess it's the first 2, and then it's the 3. So it's 5 days. But it has to be consecutive. So if you move them around, hey, it's not consecutive anymore. Check with my attorney. Totaling 10,000 shares or more. Do you know any stock we're in that has fewer than 10,000 shares short? And equal to at least 0.5% of the issuer's total shares outstanding. As provided in Rule 203 of Reg Show, threshold securities are included on a list disseminated by the self-regulatory agency, which you can trust. Bill Clinton told you so. There is no better industry in the world to regulate itself than the securities industry. Bill Clinton told you so. And his Treasury Secretary, who worked at Citibank, and I can't remember his name.
married Wonder Woman, maybe. Although as a result of compliance with Rule 204, generally participants fail to deliver, positions will not remain for 13 consecutive days. If, for whatever reason, a participant of a registered clearing agency has failed to deliver position at a registered clearing agency in a threshold security for 13 consecutive days, settlement days, the requirement to close out such a position remains in effect. These are obviously really tight rules, and man, does the SEC act of them. Clearing agencies are self-regulatory organizations that are required to register with the commission. Go ahead and register. We're not going to do anything. Can you keep us? Can you help Goldman Sachs out? Great, you're in. Look out for Goldman Sachs trading first, and you're in. Settlement day means any business day on which delivery of security and payments of money may be made. Okay, here's where they drive a truck through it. Selling stock short without having located stock for delivery at settlement. This activity would violate regulation show, but we don't care. Except for short sales by market makers engaged in bona fide market making activities. And of course, anyone that can put together 20 grand and call themselves a market maker is bona fide. Why do you need them? Everything's high speed anyway. You don't need a market maker. Market makers engaged in bona fide market making activities do not have to locate stock before selling short because they need to be able to provide liquidity. They need to provide liquidity, especially for the criminals. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Market makers are not accepted, however, from regulation shows closeout, 5 days, I guess. First 2, then 3. Well, first 2, then 1 plus 1 plus 1. And pre-borrow requirements. But, you know, in a stock with a market cap of a couple of million, you don't have time to pre-borrow or locate. You're so busy. Selling stock without having located stock for delivery at settlement and failing to deliver sales at time of settlement. This may violate regulation shows locate and closeout requirements. Those who deceive about their intention or ability to deliver securities in time for settlement are committing fraud unless it helps Goldman Sachs. But it says it right there. They're committing fraud. But hey, it's a system in place. All right. Did I cover how CAU and Logic released a PR, how brokers gave out dividends and allowed a sale without the company even distributing them as yet? Yeah, I read to you my version of that PR, But we can read it. We can read it again. I've never read the one that was released yesterday. On 11/6, press release, collective audience issues shares to Logic for special dividend distribution of shares. Collective Audience, a leading provider of digital consumer acquisition solutions, Data Logic, announced it has issued 3,762,000 of its common stock to Logic in connection with the business combination involving Logic's now former subsidiary, Data Logic, and Aubrey SPAC, the combination. The newly combined company, it was renamed in a moment of brilliance, Collective Audience, Inc. Aubrey, which has previously traded on NASDAQ as ASPA, announced the completion of the business combination on November 2. On the same day, Logic declared a special dividend distribution of the 3,762,000 shares of Collective Audience common stock to Logic shareholders of record as of the dividend record date. It says right here, October 24, 2023. I don't think that was enough notice. The dividend will be distributed at a ratio of 0.027 shares of Collective Audience common stock per each 1 share of Logic common stock. Logic reports that the dividend distribution process has begun, but no dividend of Collective Audience common stock has been issued or delivered to Logic shareholders as of today's date, yesterday. So what's trading? Get the Nobo list. It'll show. Logic has indicated that the actual delivery date and receipt of the dividend by shareholders may be delayed in some instances due to administrative factors, and timing may vary depending upon the number of Logic shares held on the record date where they were being held, as well as other factors. Important caution to stockholders who believe they have already received the shares. Logic announced that it has received reports that certain brokerage firms have prematurely or erroneously credited their clients' accounts with the dividend distribution of Collective Audience shares. Further, some of these firms have facilitated the sale of the shares without having the actual shares in their possession, to the potential detriment of all shareholders, including those at other brokerage firms who are adhering to well-established regulatory policies and procedures. Logic expects any such sales of Collective Audience shares could result in failure to deliver upon the trade settlement date. Logic states it is investigating the matter and that it plans to pursue all corrective measures and remedies, legal or otherwise, as appropriate. To be clear, according to Logic, no dividend shares have yet been delivered to any holders of record of Logic that are entitled to receive such dividend distribution of shares as described in Logic's filings with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. So what are they trading? What are they trading? What are they trading? Now, Acts 1, when they say that they're distributing the stock, it took me a while to find this out. But when, let's say you have 10,000 shares of Logic, that means you get, let's say you have 12,000 shares. Of Logic. That means you get 1,000 shares of CAUD. However, in the agreement, only a third of that is to be distributed in an, at or around now. So times 0.333, that means you get 330 shares distributed now, with the remainder still to go later at some point. So when you divide 333 divided by 12,000, it works out to this 0.027. But that's not the ratio of what you earn in CAUD. You get, which I think's terrible, as I've expressed. It should have been 1 for 9 instead, because of the criminals, I think, at the two hedge funds or their clients. It's ended up at 1.1 to 12. Well, anyway, you can live with that. It's terrible, but it's defined. So you're going to receive 1 share of CAUD for every 12 shares of Logic that you own. As you can tell, as of yesterday, nothing had been distributed yet. So how do some brokerage firms distribute shares, have shares for sale, other than fraud? But hey, people will make apologies for that. So I've run out of energy today. I'm not going to fight it anymore today. I think, Acts 1, this is the one thing that makes me hesitate. I can't sell CAUD. Haven't received my shares. But it makes me very hesitant to sell, because there is, however small, however few honest back offices, there is a chance that there's going to be some buy-ins to cover shares of stock that didn't exist. I won't hold my breath. But if it happens, that'd be a nice time to sell CAUD rather than when everybody else is selling it and the criminals are in control. I'd rather sell it when the criminals are out of control. Yeah, I haven't received mine yet at all. And no forward planning, nothing. Ham is Nostradamus. What defines settlement date? They said it's the any day you can make a settlement. So it was poorly written, but settlement date is T+2 in a trade. But what they meant by their wording, which I admit to me was confusing, is any day on which you can settle a trade after settlement date counts. It's a bad definition. I'm not so sure I'm feeling better. I think I am, but I feel like shit. Exactly. CB, it's all crap. It's all legalese crap. I like finger better than GTII today. Do I like finger better than GTII or the same? If I were picking one stock and going off on a cruise, I'd pick finger. Why? I just went through it, Ricky, but finger has massive fundamental stories. Finger truly is a stock that you could put in your account. Forget about it. Give it to your granddaughter. Forget about it. And you might find out that it's worth $1,000 a share when you finally open the account. It has that potential on fundamentals. I think Finger's better than CAUD now. I might have argued with you before, but CAUD has the same banker, has the same chance, same marketplace, the same scalability. So who knows? But right now, I like Finger better than GTII for the, like, if you're going to buy a stock and just hold it forever. In terms of fighting the shorts, I would say they're both meet my requirement. They're both fighting the shorts. I don't think either company will take a dilutive deal, illegal dilutive deal. But I think GTII might be slightly tougher in that case. In terms of when the question you asked, everyone asked, which is going to go? They both could go at any time. That's a fact, Jack. That's why it's scary to be out of them. But I think Finger, by its own trading volumes and indications over the last several months, is showing through the market that something's going on. That's not me picking it. That's me observing it. So like is the wrong question in the case of trading. Observation, I think Finger could go at any time. Okay. Now, do I like Finger better or GTI or the same? I think both are going to take time. Despite the excitement that I was and information I was given over the last months, none of it proved to be accurate. And I refuse to be hyped up again. I simply don't see it happening quickly. I'd be surprised if any major deal got done in Finger by year end, but it could happen tomorrow. GTII, I see no deals getting done that move the needle by year end. Okay. Then, if Finger were to go, which could happen tomorrow, it could happen Friday, Univest announced, pursuant to the September 11th filing and the September 8K and our conversations with China big Godzilla firm, we have organized a merger or a joint venture between Finger Motion and China big Godzilla, and we are committing $500 million in capital. 10 million comes from us, 100 million comes from China big Godzilla, and 390 million is coming from our clients. The stock would be up like a mofo. Could that happen tomorrow? Well, obviously not what I described, but they've been working since before September 11th. Am I going to ignore that? No. I think at any time, Finger could have an announcement that blows the socks off even the apologists for the shorts, the criminal shorts, the lying lawyers, the good lawyers, the so-called research analysts, and even Gary Gensler and Maria Bartiromo. And the stock could all of a sudden run. So that's the potential I see in Finger. I see no trigger for GTII over the next 6 weeks, like that trigger from Finger. Where are the whales' money? The whales are focusing on Finger. So I believe Finger has
Right now, the attention of the market, it's not a question of like, I think finger goes first. When that money comes in, where do you think it's going to go? They're going to go play with the shorts in GTII. It's a layup. Do I like finger better than GTII? I think GTII has a couple of major acquisition candidates which could change the story and make GTII bigger than finger in the short run and change everything. But I would have to say that as an investment, I like finger better right now. That can change at any time. I like the commitment of both teams. As a trade, both stocks have trapped shorts. Unless you believe the apologists, then they don't have any shorts at all. But somebody's been selling a lot of stock that doesn't exist and never covering. Oh, no, they cover. All right. Maybe they're just masturbating back and forth with stock certificates. But Ricky, I think you can tell, I think finger's the one to focus on. What's the negative? You have $10,000. You buy finger. You get 2,000 shares. You have $10,000. You buy GTII. You get 18 or 20,000 shares. And if they're both headed in the same place, which would you rather have? It's not much of an answer, but I'm going to stop there. Your GTII dividends finally showed up with value under Schwab. Well, they decided to counterfeit shares probably. That's all right. We live in a world, we love our statements, we love our value, we love our black book entry, and then we can hit the sell button and we got a black money entry. We love that. Why are we even fighting this? We love the system the way it works right now. And who cares if some people are taking trillions of dollars out? Who cares? Thank you, Frank. Yeah, Alan, the ratio of 0.027. Alan, Aubrey SPAC purchased Data Logic for 11,400,000 shares worth $10 a share by agreement. It kept trading at 11. It's now trading at 3. It's going lower. So they purchased Data Logic for 11,400,000 shares, Alan. If you take 3,762,000 shares, you divide it by the 0.027. That's the wrong way to do it. See, I can't do arithmetic. Maybe that ratio doesn't have anything. Maybe it's maybe that 0.027 has nothing to do with my calculation. Oh, I know what I had to do. So they paid 11,400,000 shares at $10. By agreement, they were only meant to distribute 1/3 of those shares. Only distributing 1/3 right away. The rest is going to be held back. It's in the agreement, and you're good at reading things. You can look it up. So you take 11,400,000
You multiply it, and I didn't quite get that same number. So there must be some friction, shares that are going to the bankers, the lawyers, people, or whatever. But let me try it a different way. Let's just read the proxy statement and get the exact formula. Oh, they have a rounding factor. If you own less than 5 shares, maybe that's affects it a little bit. Aubrey filed a proxy statement S4 on November 11, 2022, as amended on February 8th, May 11th, June 12th, July 25, August 14th, September 5, September 15th, September 22nd, and September 27th. That covers the registration of an aggregate 11,400,000 shares of Aubrey's common stock to be issued as merger consideration shares to the DLQ parent or Logic. Immediately upon consummation of the business combination, the combined company will be controlled by Data Logic Parent, which will own 58.6% of the combined company without taking into account the redemption of additional shares of common stock by the public shareholders or issuance of earnout shares. Logic will receive 11,400,000 shares of common stock, of which 3,762,000 or 33%. I multiplied by 33.33. 33% will be distributed to Data Logic's parent security holders as of the record date set at that time on a pro rata basis. 1,600,000 or 14% will be distributed to those two hedge funds, and the remaining 6,038,000 or 53%
will be distributed to the Data Logic parent Logic, or then it's CAUD, I suppose. All or some of which may be distributed to Data Logic management. The distribution of the dividend shares will occur on the distribution date concurrent with closing to Logic shareholders of record on the record date set by Logic as the date for determination of Logic shareholders entitled to participate in the distribution, which is expected to be set shortly after the meeting. Instead, it was retroactive. The exact number of shares of Aubrey common stock being distributed to each Logic stockholder will not be determined until the above record date is set. Additionally, some certain members of Data Logic management have contingent right to receive up to 2 million management farm out shares. What equity stake will current stockholders of Aubrey, Data Logic, and Data Logic parent own? In connection with the extension meeting held on December 9, 2022, public stockholders of Aubrey common stock requested redemption of 4.48 million shares, or 78% of the public shares of stock. In connection with the second extension meeting on August 7, Aubrey stock holders requested redemption of 570,000 shares, or 45% of public shares at that time. It is anticipated upon closing, public stockholders will retain an ownership interest of approximately 4.9% in the combined company. The sponsor, officers, directors will have 12.5%. The representative will retain ownership interest of 2%. The parent will own approximately 43.6%, and the Data Logic parent stockholders will own approximately 11.6% of the combined company. What equity stake will the sponsor and affiliates have? 12.5%. They did a great job. Absolutely bang on job. I can't believe they spent a year doing this, and the rollout has been like it has. Crossbones, unfair to people who haven't gotten shares. There's just stuff like no, exactly. It's totally unfair. I think it's criminal on the part of the two hedge funds and their clients. I really question the loyalty and the duty of the investment bankers. I think the lawyers are shite. And whoever signed the deal on behalf of Aubrey SPAC needs their head examined. They shouldn't run a public company which requires raising money in the United States stock market. They don't have the frame of mind. They should go back to be appointed to some government job or something. But I didn't receive mine either, and I think it's grossly unfair. Oh, so you got yours, but they're restricted. That's interesting. I didn't even get, I have some sort of QSIP number. My face just turned red. I may have a fever. I don't know. I don't feel good. I like that idea of starting an honest exchange that trades only physical shares, or an honest fund that will raise money honestly for companies, but it's only physical shares. And you'd say, well, we can't compete. Well, I bet if we got one deal done and it's only physical shares, and we provided the back office by computers
that's physical with a safe and a team keeping track. We probably could even get, I know there's a group out of Richmond, Virginia that does back office for hire. So you keep it all honest, but it's physical. Everything's in everybody's name. And you don't allow any short selling. You can't sell the stock until you locate it and you borrow it. And you make it so the shares can only be borrowed once because it's physical. If I lend my shares to you, you can't re-lend those shares. No rehypothecation bullshit. I lend them to you. They already have a claim on them. You can't lend them out. It's so simple. A child could do it. But when you add greed in, and all these guys have to put their brainiac deltas and gammas and alphas and their formulas and their algorithms on high-speed trading, they put it all at risk for all of us. All of us. I love the idea of coriander. I'd love to do it. I'd love to go down and buy Ferris Baker Watts or Johnston Lemon, go up to hell, there might be one here, but go up to Philadelphia or Baltimore or Boston or somewhere and buy the exchange. Just buy the exchange. They're all shuttered. No one uses them anymore. Everything's electronic. Just open an Oasis that's an exchange. Hire people. They'll probably all be over 50, but hire people who remember the way it was. Hire a back office. Like you say, be honest. Be honest. Transparent. And if we start with one company and there's a market trading in that stock, they're going to laugh at us. Oh, they only have one stock on their exchange. But what if it goes up? All of a sudden, other companies are going to come to us. And then we have a growing problem. Because then we have so much business we can't say grace over. But it's honest. And it's American. And it's working class and wealthy class. It's housewives. It's female lawyers and house husbands. It's whatever the hell thing you got to say. But it would catch fire. And then you start a retirement fund that people can invest in. You start a ETF that people, but honest, no lending out of shares, all physical shares. And I don't think you need in this time of computers, I don't think you need electronic shares for over-the-counter NASDAQ stocks. No high-speed, high-frequency trading, real market makers with names like Vin and Tony and Joey and Ahmed and Ralph. And hey, I got 10,000 shares to sell. Ralph, what can I get? Well, Billy, I can give you 1,000 now. I can give you 1,000 now on the bid, which is 9 7/8. But I have to work the rest. I got to tell you, Billy, there's not enough interest here. So you're done on, if you want it, you're done on 1,000. If you want 9 7/8, I'll work the rest at 9 7/8. Well, do you think you can get me 10? Yeah, I think there's a pretty good chance. We've had some good volume. All right, I'll take the 9 7/8 and I'll put the rest out at 10. I'll get back to you. Hey, it's not instantaneous, but it's honest. You write the ticket. Then, hey, AE 6969, check. Boom. You got your trade at 10 1/4. You can show your client 10 1/8, and you're done. That means the client got 1/8 better than she asked for, and I can hide an eighth in commission for myself. Well, everybody on Wall Street, and the eighth comes to me, but I only keep a third of it. The rest going to the house. But anyway, it's all honest. It's all honest. Ricky, I think your finger could go as high as if that chair you're sitting on, if you got on it, stood on it, on tippy toe, I think it could go as high as you could reach unless the ceiling gets in the way. Oh, you don't even have a CUSIP. Maybe I don't have a CUSIP then. Maybe, I don't know what I have. I mean, I've got all these entries of crap. Maybe I don't even have a CUSIP. And frankly, I don't see logic there either. So it makes me worried that they somehow removed my logic. But I looked this morning. Yeah, they probably wouldn't allow it. So maybe I'll move to Abu Dhabi or move to, or maybe we just do it inside of a fund. The fund's purpose is to invest in private transactions. This is a lot of what GTI does, by the way. Private transactions, and then you stair step the value up, raise money as you need, and then you float it. Yeah, I guess I'm Back to the Future. I don't think I look like that idiot at all, but I do have white hair. We have that in common. And I am old. I am old. Oh, you rewound in listening? Mark, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah. I think I'm this close to becoming unhinged. I cannot believe, Mark, that there's people on here that thrill from people losing money. There's people that trade with the shorts and shill for the shorts. I can't believe how, in the case of Logic and COUD, it didn't take them a nanosecond to counterfeit shares prior to we even having a chance. Would I be upset if I got out at 19? Probably a little bit, but not much. If we had had a level playing field. It's all lies. It's all lies. How did they get to sell and we didn't? Because they pakshish. It's all payoff. Commission, under the hand, cars, boats, alcohol. It's all payoff. And then not only did they drive it from 38, which was probably too high anyway, they drove it from a steady 25, 27, steady 20, steady 15, a really months-long steady at $11, $10. They're going to drive it under 2 tomorrow. That makes me mad. And that arrogant prick, Gary Gensler, walks away, and he's all full of himself. That's what he is. He's a prick. And he shouldn't be in charge of the SEC. His money should be stripped away from him. But get him out of here. And don't promote Virginia Countrywoman. And don't don't put in any there some diversity hire like the lawyer that's going up against Trump. She's got a brain about the size of a hollowed out pea. Ric Flair. Well, I've been hearing that a lot more. I used to get Bobby Baffert. I understand Ric Flair is some promoter that yells woo or something, but I don't know Ric Flair.
I don't know. I think I have to stop doing these. I can't help you save money. Ham is right. It's life-changing. But the SEC just doesn't do anything about it. Nothing. They sue, and it takes a long time. They settle. All parties agree that everyone's a white boy and doesn't have to go to jail. And nothing to see here. The fine is minuscule, and they agree not to do it again. Hey, you're back. Oh yeah, well, it was inadvertent. Well, we'll fine Goldman Sachs for 60 million trades over 3 years. I can't remember. $3 million. Inadvertently left out a line of code. Inadvertently. You don't check your books anytime during 3 years? Oh, don't ask us that question. You're supposed to be on our side. Well, do you check your books once a year? Once every 6 months? Once a month? At the end of the day? You didn't notice the line of code was missing? Well, it really helped Kenny Boy over at Shitado, and it was a huge help to SAC. And I'm a big Mets fan, so I can get you some tickets, season tickets, right behind the plate. How about that? All right, we won't ask you why you could not notice a line of code for 3 years. But hey, you got the best systems in place on Wall Street. You're Goldman Sachs, and I'm going to get tickets behind the plate. You're on. All right. I'm going to hang up. I'll give you a little warning, but not much. 6:46. I got to go walk my dog. And I don't know what else. You always say that. Grow up, Arthur. You'll make a fine adult. We know it's small, Arthur. We understand it is small, Arthur. We also understand that you were drunk. Princess? Did I hear princess? Later on, we'll get ice cream. All right, I'm going to say goodnight. It was great to see Jenny L here. I'm going to, again, ask everyone to say their prayers for Jenny L and her family. And I'm just going to wish you each peace, love, and happiness. And if I make it through alive the next few days, I'm going to have to change this whole thing. I cannot be represented as a shill or a pump and dumper or any of that. And I also can't deal with that evil anymore. I dealt with people for years. I just can't do it that way anymore. This has to be how to get out of this year in the best position to really profit next year for each and every one of you. And if I can get a computer that doesn't freeze, I'm going to have to start writing my thoughts for a blog. I hate writing, but I'm going to have to start doing it. And we have to do the pieces toward a long goal. The criminals are winning, and there's one reason: the SEC. But it won't last forever because despite our fantasy, the United States will not remain the greatest country in the world if we continue down this path. And also the US dollar will not be accepted worldwide if we prolifically print it and spend it so wastefully. We literally are spending trillions of dollars in the United States to prime the pump, whether you're a Keynesian or a monetarist or a Austrian school or whatever. There's no question that the government has taken the angle of priming the pump. But it's a sieve. As soon as $1 trillion come in, it goes out. And it goes out to the big banks and the big hedge funds, and then the shittier ones, and then the small ones. But it's all offshore and they're stealing your money to prime their record so they can take more money off the top. They are the modern money changers, but they're doing it on a scale that Jesus Christ wouldn't recognize. And no one cares, because we had better not tweet. Remember that. Don't tweet a mean word. We all deserve our safe spaces. I wonder which one's not corrupt. Do you think the Coast Guard's corrupt? Do you think the EPA is corrupt? Do you think it's interesting? State Department? I don't think the State Department's corrupt. All right, coriander. I'll leave that one up. I'm not, I'll leave it. Screw you. I'm not putting your other one up. Yeah, Alan, I think I tried to explain that, but I'll explain it again. If you own 12,000 shares of Logic, you're going to get 1,000 shares of CAUD at a ratio of 1 to 12. That's what you're getting. That's what you're getting, 1 to 12. However, the management at Aubrey SPAC decided that if they delivered all of the stock at all once, the stock price might collapse. They wanted to reserve that eventuality for their friends, their hedge funds they go to dinner with, and their hedge funds clients. These guys live in a different world. It's not your world. So they said, we do not want to approve the issuance of all shares, because what if everybody sold the stock? It might go from 25 to 3. So what they decided is to distribute only 33% of those shares to you. So that's 330 shares. They wanted to save the other shares back to prevent a sell-off, or at their option, be able to give criminals on Wall Street the ability to sell stock down and take 80 million out of the stock market. So now, Alan, if you take 330 shares and you divide it by 12,000, it is technically correct that they're distributing. You own 12,000 Logic, you get 1,000 CAUD. That's the deal, 1 for 12. But by agreement, to prevent a sell-off, which they obviated anyway by their crappy deal they signed, they only distributed 33% to you and to me, which I haven't received yet. 330 shares. That's all true. If, then. That's all true. Now, Alan, if you take the 330 and divide it by 12,000, you come up with a distribution of 0.027. An idiot writes that press release, a lawyer or somebody who's not thinking, and doesn't say, well, that's the ratio, but all they had to add in there, but it only represents 1/3 of the shares, or 33%. Just put, we distributed the 33% shares agreed, which equals a ratio for arithmetic purposes. It's a completely useless ratio. But they, in their genius, because they go to law school, they put it out. Mr. Coriander, when's the last recommendation you've made that's worked out? You can give it to me tomorrow, and I'll put it up. And I recommend, Mr. Coriander, you stop listening to him. Just stop, full stop, stop listening to him. And I'm going to say goodnight to everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Not if I see you first.